Hello, good morning, everyone. It's Mary Mancini, Chair of the Tennessee Democratic Party. Welcome to everyone. We will get started officially in just a few minutes. We are on the back end, Maria and Chris, Maria Brewer, Chris Murphy, Emily Couples are going to be helping out with this call. They're also right now helping a few folks who are having difficulty getting in to the call. So before we call the meeting to order, there's a couple of things I want to go over. Just to make sure that the system is working correctly, can everyone right now press 1 on their phone to make sure that you are recognized? But we can recognize you. If everybody could please just press 1. We really do need everyone on the call, every EC member, to go ahead and press 1 to make sure that we can register you on the system here. Got a couple of folks, Eric Brown, Jeff Clark, Brian Carson, Will Cheek, Don. You can go ahead and press 1, please. Norma Lester, could you go ahead and press 1? Don Farmer, Jeff Clark, Eric Brown. Well, we got most of you. Maria, Chris, can you please, one of you please just make sure that okay, let's see if they press another button. Eric and Jeff Clark and Don Farmer, can you maybe press number 3 or 4 or 5 on your phone? See if that works. Okay, still not registering. Hey, could you guys on the back end just go ahead and maybe shoot them a text to make sure that they are on the call and can hear? Thanks. Okay, everybody else, we're good. And you can go ahead and lower everyone's hands now, please. Thank you. If you have one other issue, we see that there are 2 Norma Lesters right now. Each phone number that you were given to call in, because we have actual voting that is going to happen. Okay, now we only have 1 Norma Lester. Excellent. So, thank you. If you do need a call-in number, you can reach out to Maria. If anyone has issues during the call with being recognized, you can go ahead and text or call Maria or Chris. Most of you have Maria's number, but here it is just in case. It's 615-945-8802. And Chris Murphy is at 615-290-0370. A little bit more housekeeping. This is a business meeting of the Tennessee Democratic Party. And during the telephonic meeting, only members of the Tennessee Democratic Party Executive Committee will be allowed to participate. And that means make motions, ask questions, make nominations. Everyone on the call is muted on our end, including executive committee members, to ensure that everyone can hear the proceedings. If you are a member of the TNDP Executive Committee, here are your instructions for the call. They are a little different. We are isolating, pressing 1 to make a motion, ask a question, make a comment about an issue at hand, to be heard in any way. So that is to press 1. Press 2 to second a motion, or press 5 to call the question on a motion that is being debated. So again, press 1 to make a motion, ask a question, or make a comment about the issue at hand. Press 2 to second the motion. Press 5 to call the question. Does anybody have any questions about those instructions? Go ahead and press the number 1 on your phone. I see Eric Brown has pressed 1. Can someone unmute him, please? Eric, you're unmuted.
Sorry, I was actually seeing if it was actually working now. That was about it. Sorry.
Awesome. Perfect. Great. Thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions, want to reiterate what it means to press 5 to call the question or discussion on a motion. Discussion on a motion will continue until no further hands are raised or the question has been called. If the question is called, I will ask if there is a second on the motion to call the question. If the motion is seconded, we will then clear the board of raised hands and immediately take a roll call vote on ending the debate for that specific motion. It takes a 2/3 majority to end the debate. If the motion to end the debate passes, we will immediately move into a vote itself. If it fails, we will go back to discussion until there are no further hands raised. Are there any questions about any of the processes for this call so far? Go ahead and press the number 1 on your phone. I see Dave Cameron has a question. Could you unmute him, please? Committeeman Cameron, you are unmuted.
Okay. In the past, though, we didn't do a roll call vote to end the discussion or to call the question. We were just doing it, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 thing, just because it sped the process up. Because last year we found it just takes forever to do that.
Okay, sure. That would speed the process up instead of taking a roll call vote on ending the debate. Yes, we can do that. Committeewoman Cornett has her hand raised. Could you please unmute her? Ms. Cornett, you are unmuted.
My question was just answered by you. I had the same question.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
I got a couple more hands up.
Marjorie, Committeewoman Ramsey, yes. I see her not unmuted yet. There you go. Committeewoman Ramsey, you're unmuted.
I didn't push one. Well, I wasn't aware of it.
Okay, thank you. That happens sometimes. Committeewoman Lester has her hand raised. Can you please unmute her? Committeewoman Lester, you are unmuted.
Falls to this.
Yes, I want to clarify for pressing 5. Is that just to call the question, and also to ask a question?
To be connected. If you're a solicitor, please hang up now.
I think there's a second line on your phone, Ms. Lester, so
Hello?
not sure what's going on there, but to answer your question, press 5 is
If
to
you're
just
a
call the
family
question.
member, friend, or invite.
Press 1 to make a motion, to ask a question, or make a comment about the issue at hand. Press 2 to second a motion, and then press 5 to call the question. Okay, seeing no further hands, I want to take a moment to thank our special guests who are here with us on the call. I see Marissa Richmond, who is a member, a Tennessee representative in the DNC at large, and also Wade Monday, who is also a DNC member, but also a candidate for chair. So far on the call, too, we have other candidates for the position of chair: Theron Bond, Kate Craig, Jane George, Sybil Miller-Watkins, and Chris Findlay. We also have Carol Abney, a special guest who is running for treasurer. Okay, let's just go ahead and take a breath and a minute. This should be a fairly straightforward but lengthy meeting. But I want to welcome you all to this meeting, and good morning. I am calling the meeting to order. It is 9 a.m. Central Time, 9:20 a.m. Central Time, and 10:20 a.m. Eastern Time. And the January 16th, 2021 meeting of the Tennessee Democratic Party State Executive Committee will now come to order. Welcome, everyone. There are 2 changes to the agenda that was sent out yesterday, relatively small changes. We added a caucus report to the committee report section, and we removed the youth engagement report from the committee report section. If there's no objection, the agenda is adopted as corrected. Are there any objections to the changes? Please press 1 on your phone. I see Ernest, Committeeman Brooks has his hand raised. Can someone unmute him, please? Committeeman Brooks, you are recognized.
Yeah, that was a mistake. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. No worries. It's going to happen. We appreciate everyone being flexible. And I know I can speak for everyone when we say we miss being in person, and hope that we could all meet again in person and see each other's faces soon. Hearing no objections to the changes, the agenda for the meeting is adopted. The next item on the agenda is the pledge. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. The next item on the agenda is a moment of silence I would like to have us all obviously remember in your moment of silence the people in your lives you want to remember. But I would also add for us to please remember the devastation and the deaths caused by this horrible pandemic and all the people that have been affected by it. Please remember in your silence and wish well our President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. And please also remember in your moment of silence David Shepard, Committeewoman Shepard's husband, who is in the hospital right now. And I know he would appreciate your thoughts and your prayers and your good wishes. We'll now have a moment of silence. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is number 4, the roll call. Please unmute Madam Secretary Deborah Reed so she can call the roll.
Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted, yes. And please, just a reminder, Secretary Reed, to go relatively slowly and by district.
Okay.
Do you have the district roll call?
I do.
Sheet? Okay. And then also go relatively slow because Chris and Maria are working the back end and we'll have to mute and unmute everyone. So just be patient while you're calling the roll. Thank you. Okay.
Marjorie Ramsey.
Here.
William Thomason.
Here.
Robert Wagner.
Here.
Tony Webb.
Here.
Debbie Harley McClaskey.
Here.
Yep.
Here. Hello?
Secretary Reed, can you repeat the name? Secretary Reed is muted. Can someone unmute her, please? Okay, Secretary Reed, we had a technical difficulty. You are now unmuted. Could you please start again with Committeeman Clark?
Jeff Clark.
Here.
Lori Love.
Here.
Ann Backus.
Here.
Jim Hackworth.
Here.
Sylvia Woods.
Here.
Daniel Brown.
Here.
Courtney Durrett.
Here.
Mark Harmon.
Here.
Rachel Fuentes.
Here.
Rodney Fugate.
Here.
Pam Weston. Pam Weston. Stephen Miller.
Here.
Demetrius Coonrod. Demetrius Coonrod.
I'm here, Deborah, and Demetrius will be joining us.
Thank you. Rachel Campbell. Rachel Campbell. Here. Ryan Schofield.
Here.
Tracy Bott Williams. Here. Kathy Watts. Kathy Watts. Here. Brandon Thomas.
Here.
Tanea McLean. Here. Mark Fair.
Here.
Cheryl Vickers. Amos Powers.
Present.
Betty Fraley.
Here.
Bobby Bush.
Here.
Suanne Bone. Here. Aubrey Gibbons.
Here.
Christy Cornett. Here. Thomas Wiseman.
Here.
Catherine Harrigus. Here. Eric Brown.
Present.
Jolie Grace Warren. Here. Will Cheek.
Here.
Marjorie Pomeroy Wallace. Present. Richard Langford.
Present.
Linda Crenshaw. Here. Chaz Uppelman. Chaz Uppelman.
Chaz,
I'm sorry.
Chaz, we can't hear you. We see you, and you're unmuted. Perhaps you're muted on your end. Hello?
Oh, I think it's working now. Hang on. Hello?
Are you Chaz Uppelman?
That's me. Good morning.
Good morning. Kelly Baker Heffley. Present. Brandon Schecknader.
Here.
Angela Callis. Present. Don Farmer.
Here.
Martha Shepherd. Here. Gentry Allen.
Here.
Merle Rice.
Here.
Tony Campbell.
Here.
Patsy Johnson. Patsy Johnson. Here. Ernest Brooks.
Present.
Pam Morrow. Pam Morrow. Greg Hanners.
I'm here, and I believe Pam is on the call. She texted me that she was here, so you may have technical difficulties.
Thank you. Allison Brownlee.
Excuse me 1 second, Secretary Reed. We cannot see her on the call, Greg. So we need to, if you can work with her to get on, or let us know what number she's calling in. We can't count her present until we see her on the call.
I will.
Allison Brownlee. Present. Derek Harris.
Here.
Jasmine Boyd. Here. Brian Carson.
Present.
Adrian Packus Gillen. Here. Dave Cameron.
I'm here.
Deborah Reed is present. Sanjeev Mamula.
Here.
Kendra Lee. Present. Isaac Freeman.
Here.
Keith Sage. Here. Vincent Dixie.
Here.
Ramesh Akbari. Present. Jordan Wilkins.
Present.
Norma Lester.
Here.
Amber Sherman. Here. Madam Chair, I have two that did not respond present. That was Pam Morrow and Demetrius Coonrod. So we had
Yes, we do not see them yet. So we'll have to count them as absent until they get on the call and announce themselves present. Also, Pam Weston as well.
I had Pam Weston as responding.
Nope, she's not here. We do not see her. She is not on the call. Pam, if you are on the call and you're listed under a different name or someone else's or a different phone number, can you go ahead and press 1 on your phone? We're not seeing her on this end.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, we have a quorum with 67 present.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Reed. Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is item number 5, the reading, approval, or correction of the minutes. Item number 5 on the agenda, the Secretary's draft of the minutes from November 7th were sent to you within 10 days after the meeting as prescribed by our bylaws. And I know you all are very judicious minute readers. Are there any corrections to the minutes as distributed? The minutes from November 7th as distributed. Please press the number 1 on your phone to be recognized. Isaac Freeman has his hand up. Can you please unmute Committeeman Freeman? Committeeman Freeman, you are unmuted.
Oh no, my finger's so sorry about that.
Okay, that's okay. Seeing no corrections and without objection, the minutes stand approved as distributed. The next order of business is the chair's report. My report will be submitted. I do want to say a few words, though. As you know, this is my final Tennessee Democratic Party State Executive Committee meeting. I want to thank you all so much for your support over the years. And I want to thank you specifically for the letter that you wrote yesterday that was sent to our email list and our stakeholders. Your thanks and best wishes are so appreciated. As you mentioned, over the last 6 years, Tennessee Democrats saw the first net gain in the legislature in over 2 decades and the first net gain in the state Senate since the 1980s. We expanded the number of active county parties, and we created the Tennessee Democratic Party caucus program to increase representation in the TNDP of underserved groups from the LGBTQ, the labor, Black, Latinx, military, and rural communities. You mentioned in the letter the recruitment of the largest number of state legislative candidates in over a quarter century, and we did indeed make great strides in our mission to not only recruit, but also train candidates and campaign staff in direct voter contact and engagement, the use of data, fundraising, and campaign strategy. As I said, I appreciate the kind words and years was a result of an extraordinary team effort. Because yes, the Tennessee Democratic Party is me and it's all the staff members that we've had over the last 6 years. But the Tennessee Democratic Party is also you all. It's our hardworking elected officials from the courthouse to the state house to the United States House of Representatives. The TNDP is our amazing candidates who fight like hell to win their elections up and down the ballot against a system that is manufactured to keep them from doing anything but win. The TNDP is every Democrat in the state who attended a training, who picked up the phone for a candidate, who knocked on a door for a candidate, who wrote a check, who ran to be a DNC member or a DNC or a delegate to the national convention. The TNDP are the chairs, the officers, the executive committees of all our county parties who joined in this work, who led this work. The TNDP are the women who make up the Federation of Democratic Women and the young college and high school Democrats who are the future. The TNDP are our attorneys, Ben Gastel and Gerard Strange, and everyone at Branstetter, Strange and Jennings, who spent countless pro bono hours on every TNDP legal matter, from the sublime, including voter protection, to the mundane and the ridiculous. The TNDP are the donors and the sustainers. It doesn't matter if you gave $5 or thousands of dollars, you helped to fuel the work that needed to get done and helped build a stronger and more vibrant Tennessee Democratic Party. The Tennessee Democratic Party is all of us. So I want to thank you for allowing me to steer the ship for the last 6 years and be on this journey to a bluer Tennessee with all of you. Thanks to all of you, we are a much stronger Democratic Party. We are a much more organized Democratic Party, and we are a much more representative Democratic Party. I do want to make special mention of the staff of the TNDP, both past and present. Just like every other office, the TNDP is just that. It's an office. And these amazing and dedicated Democrats would come to this office every day and work much more than 40 hours per week. And just like with every other office, you don't see it. Unless you are there with them every day, it's hard to see the countless hours that put into this often thankless job. But I do need to know how much that it was appreciated. And then there are 3 people I have to acknowledge by name: Chris Murphy, Maria Brewer, and Sandra Sepulveda. I cannot even begin to say enough about these 3 individuals and these true blue Democrats. Their dedication and support was unwavering and unyielding. I want to make sure that each one of them knows how much they are appreciated. Lastly, we are all wrestling with big existential questions about the future, and many of you have found or offered different ideas on how to move forward. There are a few things, though, on which we can all agree. We are all still fired up and ready to go. We must continue to organize in every precinct, in every zip code across the state. And there are no off years. We can all agree that we must continue to play the long game, continue to build a permanent Democratic Party infrastructure from cycle to cycle, and continue to support each other, because there is only one answer to how do you eat an elephant, and that is one bite at a time. Thank you all so much. And are there any questions about the report? Please go ahead and press the number 1 on your phone. I see Committeeman Campbell has raised his hand to me. Mr. Campbell, please unmute him. Mr. Campbell, you are unmuted.
I just accidentally, I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. Senator Ackberry, I see Senator Ackberry has raised her hand. You are unmuted.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
We can.
Yes? Okay, perfect. I do not have a question, Mary. I just have a comment. Thank you so much for everything that you have done to try and make things better for Democrats across this state. It has been an absolute pleasure and honor to work with you, and I am just truly thankful for you and everything that you've done. And I just wanted to express that to the group. I'm sure everyone's thinking it, but thank you so much. And whatever you do in your next chapter, I got your back.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that, and right back at you. Committeeman Farah has his hand up. Please unmute him. Mark Farah. Can someone please unmute him? Oh, you are unmuted. Go ahead.
Senator Atbury beat me to it. I wanted to say that I was standing here feeling like if we were in person, you would be receiving a standing ovation right now, Mary, for all that you've done. And instead of a standing ovation, I don't know what to do, but can we all just press 1 to say yay? And we're clapping at home, and really, really appreciate all that you've done, Mary. The mark that you're leaving will benefit this committee and Tennessee Democrats for decades to come. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that.
I see a hand up from Linda Crenshaw. I'm unmuting you now. Go ahead.
No, I was just doing what Mark said to do. Yeah, I think we need to lower the hand. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate everybody's support. I really do. The next order of business is the Executive Director's report. Chris Murphy, do you have a report?
Yes. I'll keep this brief. I just want to say that I really appreciate being able to work under you for the last 6 years. It's been an honor. I'm very proud of the work that we've accomplished together and with the staff, and I'm very proud of the people that have worked with me and that I've worked for here as both senior political director and then now as executive director. I think we've accomplished, some amazing things over the last 6 years. We've flipped the first Senate seat, taken away from Republicans since 1984, the first net gain of the legislature in over 2 decades. Most candidates recruited possibly ever, at least in the last 30 years. We couldn't get records going back further than that. Increasing our presidential percentage. And just in general, there's more county parties now than there was 6 years ago. And so much of that, as you said, is due to, the incredible staff that I've been able to work with here. So I just want to give a shout out to Maria and Sandra and Evan and Emily Couples and all the other staff that I've had the honor to work with and for here at the TNDP. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any questions concerning the Executive Director's report? Please press the number 1 on your phone.
I see a hand from Greg Hanners. Greg, you're unmuted.
Greg, we can't hear you. You may be muted. You may be muted on your end. Hello. Oh, is this Pam?
Yes, I was late getting on the call. Pam Mara.
Okay, we have to have. We see 2 Greg Hanners. I guess you're using his line. Pam, we need you to use your own connection number. So if you could hang up, and then Maria, can you text or get with Committeewoman Morrow to make sure she can call in on her own number?
Okay.
We'll do that right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see Committeewoman Wagner has her hand raised. Can someone please unmute her?
She is unmuted
Committeewoman Wagner, you are muted.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Chris if he has compiled a synopsis and results of our November election that will exemplify the wonderful work that's been done to retain seats in our state legislature, move our democratic vote forward, and extol the wonderful progress that, the one thing I'm most interested in is the fact that we were one of very few states in the country that did not lose legislative positions. I think that's information that we need to share not only among ourselves, but with our county parties to help energize the work that lies ahead.
Yes, I can have the report that we've compiled sent out after the meeting. Our political director, Evan Latt, worked on that. And you are right. Ourselves and Georgia were the only states in the South to not lose seats and actually gain seats. And I believe there was maybe only 5 states in the country that achieved that. And it was us and Georgia were the only ones in the South.
And I just want to say woohoo for Tennessee and Georgia, right?
Thank you, Committeewoman Wagner. I see Committeeman Langford has his hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and for the work that Chris has done, his professionalism, his personality, as the power that he has in his job and excellence. I do appreciate it, and I move with as with you as well to accept your reports unanimously and with acclamation.
Thank you, Committeeman Langford. So moved and accepted. Thank you. Without objection. Seeing no further questions, the next order of business is the Treasurer's Report. And the chair recognizes Dr. Gina McMillan for the treasurer's report. And let me just take a point of personal privilege to say, Dr. McMillan has decided to not seek the treasurer's position again. And I cannot thank you enough, Gita, for your hard work, your tenacity, your patience. Being a treasurer of a political party is not easy, because you're not just helping the TNDP out with the reports and the financials, but you're also someone who the county parties can rely on to answer their questions about their reports and finances and compliance with the state board. So thank you, Gita. We appreciate you so much. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Mary. Ditto back at you, lady. I'll tell you what, it is with mixed emotions after being affiliated with the Tennessee Democratic Party Executive Committee for going on 24 years now at various positions that I just think it's time for us to step back and let other folks move our party forward. We have a great foundation. And I will tell you, I speak from, I know a lot of folks that have been around for a while. It has been an absolute joy to work with you as chair and the wonderful staff. I cannot say enough about Chris and Maria and Evan and Sandra and the whole crew, how delightful it has been to swim upstream with the group of you. That being said, let's move forward with the treasurer's report. The details, as per our custom of our financial reporting, will come from our Finance Committee Chair, Sandy Thomason. But I do want to tell you that because of the hard work of the staff, and Mary in particular, that cash on hand as of today, actually that's as of yesterday, is $68,216.87. And I applaud the staff and, like I said, Mary in particular, for making this happen. Are there any questions?
Anybody has any questions for Dr. McMillan? Please go ahead and press the number 1 on your phone. Committeeman Harmon, you are unmuted.
I have no questions. I think it's just an old press.
Okay, thank you. Committeeman Farrer, you are unmuted.
Dr. McMillan, do you remember? I think the $68,000 is significant because it represents the hard work of an outgoing chairperson and staff. Do you remember, like in the past, how much we carried forward when we elected a new chair?
Oh, yes, sir, I do. When we elected Mary 6 years ago, we had a balance coming in of $8,000.
Well, that's my only question. I know it's significant, and I wanted everybody to realize how significant it was, and that's just another accolade for Mary and the staff. And thank you so much for your hard work in making that happen.
Thank you, Mark. I agree wholeheartedly. Fundraising is what our chair will be doing for a large portion of his or her day. So it is significant that we are able to leave the new chair with at least some kind of a comfort level. Any other questions? Oh, I can't leave the forum or the podium without saying one quick thing, Miss Mary. I do have to say, if you are not a donor to the Tennessee Democratic Party, shame on you. Folks, we need you, whatever level it is, whether it's $10, $20, $1,000. Please understand that, as you know, this is your party, and you need to be making donations. I'm sorry I won't be around to irritate you anymore. That is my report.
But you do it so well.
I do.
And with a smile.
That's
Thank
right.
I do have a question from Committeeman Jeff Clark. Committeeman Clark, I have unmuted you.
Yeah, thank you. 68,000 is awesome. I do want to ask how much of that 68,000 was raised between election day and yesterday?
Oh gosh, I will have to defer that to. Wait just a second. I have it. Honestly, Jeff, I have it through the end of. Let me make sure I've got my correct numbers. I have it through December 31st, but I don't know if hang on 2 seconds. I've got it right here. Somewhere in the mass of files that I have open right this minute, unless one of our folks have our finance committee, we do have an income breakout. And I'm sorry, Jeff. I tell you, rather than let me do this. Let me open that up, and I will get that. I will get that out. But based on what my memory is, I would say that probably at least 60,000 was since the election. But let me do this. Rather than me get that open on my desktop right this minute, I will text that, and I'll text it to Sandy, who is our finance chair, and let him do that on down the reporting. Okay, would that be okay?
That should be fine. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't want to give you erroneous numbers, but I do have the breakdown, so I will get that, and then he can report it as part of his report rather than having me scroll through all my Excel files. Okay? All right, Jeff, we'll get it to you and to the committee as well. I'm sorry. All right.
Okay, I am unmuting Deborah Reed, who has her hand up. Deborah?
Yes, on the cash on hand, I heard 58,616 and 84%. But I keep hearing you all say 6868. Let me know which one it is.
Okay, Deborah, it's 6821687.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have another hand up. Sandy Thomason, 1 moment. I'll unmute you. Go ahead.
Not to get ahead of my report, I was trying to assist Gita in responding to that question. In November, the total month of November, we had income of $51,160.60. In December, we had total income of $51,702.21. So that's a little bit more than $100,000. On the year, we had total revenue of $1,358,825.62. So, those 2 months counted for 100,000 of that $1,358,000.
Thanks, Sandy.
No other hands at this time.
Okay.
Seeing no further hands raised, thank you, Dr. McMillan. We really appreciate you and all of your service. I know I speak for everyone when I say that. Secretary Reed, I see Pam Morrow now. Maria, can you unmute Committeewoman Morrow so she can let us know that she is here?
Sorry, I was late.
That's okay. Thank you so much. Secretary Reed, can you mark Committeewoman Morrow as present? Secretary Reed?
I can't.
Can someone unmute Secretary Reed, please? Secretary Reed, did you just unmuting you to acknowledge that you heard me?
I did hear you. I have marked Pam Morrow present, and that makes our total on the call today 68.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. The next item on the agenda are the funding and ad hoc committee reports. The chair recognizes Dave Cameron for the bylaws committee report. Committeeman Cameron.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Good. Good morning, everybody. Well, everybody, I know everybody's excited and been waiting for this. Anyway, we slowly grind to a halt in our proceedings to go through all this stuff. Okay, the bylaws committee met several times over the last quarter, and I sent out yesterday the motions. We're going to talk about each of those, and then we will move forward. The first one of these deals with the rules for the election today. A lot of times there's such a thing called the rules committee and all to figure this stuff out, but since we have no rules committee and we have one wasn't appointed, we took it upon ourselves to throw out some rules or brainstorm some rules, which we're going to submit to you all for your consideration, and then we need to vote to approve them, and we will probably we've gone back and forth on one particular topic, and now we're back to a different way than I sent out yesterday. So if we want to change that, we're going to have to vote on changing that. So anyway, having said all that, and hopefully not confusing people, I move that whereas we have no rules committee, the bylaws committee are proposing these rules for today's election. And these are for today only. They're not in the bylaws going forward. A candidate must be nominated by a member of the executive committee. No seconds are required, and that's per Robert's Rules of Order. Nominating speeches should be no more than 1 minute in length, and a candidate's acceptance should be no more than 1 minute in length. Winning requires a majority. As I said, the proverbial 50% plus one of those voting. If some people may want to abstain. Voting will be by rounds. If no candidate achieves a majority, the person with the lowest vote total will be dropped, and another round of voting will take place. If there's a tie for the lowest vote total, then both candidates would be dropped. Voting will be in roll call by district, and that, and then the official members will be at the end. At any point in the process, a candidate can withdraw from consideration. That's the motion, and I guess, do we have a second for it? And then I guess we'll have discussion and a vote on the order.
If you'd like to second that motion, I need a clarification before I repeat that. Committeeman Cameron, did you say that the voting, what you're proposing is that the voting will be in district order?
Yes, but I think there's the will of the executive committee is to change it to alphabetic. So I think we're going to have some discussion on that and probably a vote. And we did an informal poll, and of those who voted, the majority want to do it in alphabetic order. So I hope we don't get bogged down in a half hour discussing district versus the alphabet.
Can I suggest maybe switching that out to say that voting will be a roll call vote in alphabetical order? Instead,
I would have liked to have done that. There's reasons I can't.
Okay. Okay, so voting will be in district order, and then including the ex officio at the end of the roll call. Okay. So the motion on the table is to establish the rules in the absence of the Rules Committee for the election of officers to the Tennessee Democratic Party Executive Committee. The candidate must be nominated by a member of the Executive Committee. No seconds required. Nominating speeches should be no more than 1 minute in length. A candidate's acceptance of the nomination should be no more than 1 minute in length. Winning requires a majority of 50% plus one. Voting will be by of those voting. Voting will be by rounds. If no candidate achieves a majority, the person with the lowest vote total will be dropped and another round of voting will take place. If there's a tie for the lowest vote total, both candidates will be dropped. And then voting will be roll call in alphabetical, in district order, including the ex officio who will be at the end of that order. And at any point in the process, a candidate can withdraw from the consideration. Is that the correct wording of the motion of the rule to accept those rules?
Yes.
Dave? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a second. I have a hand raised from Chris Anderson.
Hey, am I recognized?
Anderson? Yes, you're
Can you hear
recognized.
me? Okay.
Yes, sir.
For the purpose of advancing this for potential amendments and debate, I'd like to second Dave's motion.
Great. Thank you. We have a motion on the table and we have a second. Any discussion? Please go ahead and press the number 1 on your phone to be recognized.
I have a hand up from Jasmine Boyd. Jasmine, I'm unmuting you.
Committeewoman Boyd, you are recognized.
Good morning. I'd like to motion that we amend the rule suggested for this election to allow for roll call vote alphabetically by last name.
I would accept that, but we probably want to do a vote on that.
So you're looking to amend the original motion. So Committeewoman Boyd, so that the roll call is in alphabetical order. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Go ahead and lower everyone's hands because we need a second on that amendment. Is there a second for that amendment? Press number 2 on your phone, please.
Christy Cornett, press the number 2.
Committeewoman Cornett, you are recognized.
Yes, I'd like to second the motion to change our voting to alphabetical order.
Fantastic. We have a motion to amend the motion on the table. We have a second. Any discussion? Please press the number 1 on your phone. This is to debate the amendment only. Press the number 1 on the phone. Looks like we have a number 5 raised to call the question. Committeeman Usselman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
As the body has unofficially voted, and we do have a really strong signal of what the majority wants here, I want to go ahead and call the question and vote on this.
Okay, the question has been called. Please lower everyone's hands. If you would like to second the calling of the question, please go ahead and press number 2.
And Backus, press the number 2.
Committeewoman Backus, you are recognized. Please unmute Committeewoman Backus.
He is unmuted.
I second the call.
Committeewoman Backus, you are recognized. We have a motion. We have a motion on calling the question and a second. Please lower everyone's hands. We're going to do this to speed the process. We're going to do this by number. If you agree to this, to ending the debate, go ahead and press 1 on your phone. If you vote no to ending the debate, please press number 2. Right. Go ahead and want to just reiterate. End the debate, please press 1. To continue the debate, please press 2. Right. In church. In church. Don't live. Don't live. Don't. In church. What? Okay, go ahead and take a picture of the vote, Maria. The motion passes unanimously, it looks like, with 60 votes. So the debate is ended. We're now taking a vote on the amendment to vote by alphabetical order for the officers. If you would like to vote by alphabetical order, please press 1. If you do not agree with that amendment to vote in alphabetical order, please press 2. And this voting on the amendment just needs a majority. Again, if you would like to vote for alphabetical order in voting for officers, please press 1. Vote against voting in alphabetical order, please press 2. Has everyone voted? Okay, go ahead and take a snapshot of the vote, please. Okay, the vote is 50 for the amendment and 16 against. The amendment passes. We are now back on the original motion, which has been amended so that the voting will be a roll call in alphabetical order by last name. Is there any further discussion on the motion to accept the motion as amended to accept the rules of the election? Go ahead and press the number 1 on your phone. It looks like Committeeman Schofield has pressed number 5. Please unmute Committeeman Schofield.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yes, I moved to call the question. I think we debated this pretty extensively in our emails.
Okay, the question has been called. Please go ahead and put everyone's hands down at this point. Thank you. If you'd like to second the amendment on calling the, second the calling of the question, please go ahead and press 1. 2.
Sanjeev Mamula has pressed 2.
Committeeman Mamula, you are unmuted. You are recognized.
I'd like to second that motion.
Okay, we have a second motion to call the. We have a motion to call the question and a second. There's no debate. This must pass by a 2/3 vote. To end the debate, go ahead and put everyone's hands down. The board is now clear. If you'd like to vote to end the debate, please press 1. If you'd like to continue the debate, please press 2. Again, if you'd like to end the debate, please press 1. If you'd like to continue the debate, please press 2. Go ahead and if everyone's voted, please go ahead and take a snapshot of the vote. The motion passes unanimously, 60-0. We are now back on the original motion for the rules of the election. Debate has ended. We are now voting on the rules proposed by the Bylaws Committee, which will establish the rules for the election for officers. We're now voting on the motion to establish the rules outlined and amended. To vote yes on the rules, please press 1. To vote no on the rules, please press 2. Once again, to vote yes to establish the rules, including the amendment that voting be done in alphabetical order, please press 1. To vote no, please press 2. The motion passes unanimously, 62-0. Thank you, Committeeman Cameron. Appreciate all your hard work on this.
Okay. The second thing to talk about, and that is, as everybody knows, we were decided to start looking at attendance and unexcused absences and all, and we put some rules in about that. And we had a couple of people who had missed 2 meetings in a row without excuses, and they were notified per the bylaws, etc. One resigned from the committee, and the second one, Angela Callis, wants to come and speak to us about why she was forced to miss some meetings. So I guess, I'm not sure in which order to do it, and maybe Mary, you can tell me, did I make my motion, or should we let Angela speak first, or what? I don't know what the right way to do it.
You make your motion. We need a second, and then Angela can be given time to speak.
Okay. I move that, whereas Angela Callis, Committeewoman for District 24, has 2 unexcused absences in a row and is subject to removal from the Executive Committee pursuant to Article 4, Section 3. The Bylaws Committee recommended she be removed, but any removal is based on the vote of the entire EC. We further recommend that Angela be allowed to speak to the entire EC today to show cause as to why she should not be expelled as a member of the committee.
Okay, there's a motion on the table.
Barbara Wagner, press the number 2.
I'm sorry, hey, Maria, just hold on 1 second. I have to repeat that, just make sure everybody hears it. That whereas the motion is that whereas Angela Callis, Committeewoman for District 24 has 2 unexcused absences in a row and is subject to removal from the Executive Committee pursuant to Article 4, Section 3. The Bylaws Committee recommended she will be removed, but any removal is based on the vote of the entire Executive Committee. We further recommend that Angela be allowed to speak to the entire Executive Committee today to show cause as to why she should not be expelled as a member of the committee. There's a second. If you'd like to second, please press 2. Committeewoman Wagner, you are waiting for you to be unmuted.
Hold on. Barbara Wagner is now unmuted.
Committeewoman Wagner, you are unmuted. Yes, thank you so much. We have a motion. Yes, thank you. We have a motion and we have a second. I will call now, without any objection, I'm going to call on Committeewoman Callis to be allowed to speak to the entire Executive Committee today. Committeewoman Callis.
Hello, thank you for hearing me out. The reason I missed the calls is not many people know that I had juvenile rheumatoid arthritis, and I wasn't diagnosed until I was 25, and by then I had the wear and tear in joints of someone in their 50s. And as I've gotten older, it hasn't gotten better. And I had missed the phone calls, but I had called a couple of days after and talked to Mary and let her know that I was sick. My rheumatologist had planned that I was going to start some new medication at the beginning of January, but due to COVID, I can't take the new medicine because it will suppress my immune system. So I have maxed out my medicine and have been out of remission now for 2 years, and the medication they give me, it just knocks me out. So when we have the meetings in the evenings, I may already be in bed, and there's no waking me up once I'm out. And I apologize deeply for missing those 2 phone calls. That was not my intention. I've worked for years on the Tennessee Democratic Party, locally and nationally, and would appreciate y'all's consideration to give me another try. I know that I've not been my peak self this year, but this COVID has just messed up my routine with my doctors.
Thank you, Committeewoman Callis, and appreciate you being here with us today. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Go ahead and please press 1 on your phone.
Okay, I'm going to call on unmute Richard Langford. Press the number 1. Go ahead. You're unmuted.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to amend this to say that rather than single out Angela, say any committee man or committee woman may, and then continue on with the wording as is. Instead of singling her out, use any committee man or committee woman may. And if you read that, I think it would make sense.
Committeeman Cameron, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a motion specific to business pertaining to Angela Callis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, but Committeeman Langford, that motion
I stand
corrected. Yeah, thank you.
There's a question from the
Committeeman. Oh, go ahead, Maria. Sorry. Yep.
I'm unmuting him.
Yeah.
Committeeman.
This is Committeeman Clark.
Committeeman Clark, you are recognized.
Yeah. Before we take a vote on whether to follow our bylaws on expelling a member for this, I understand that it is for a medical reason. I just wanted to ask if she could guarantee that her attendance would no longer be affected by this, if it's possible for her to keep us up to date on whether or not she would be able to attend in the first place, like give more of a heads up. Because I don't want anyone to get kicked out for something that would be close to ableism, but we also need to ensure that people who are elected to this position, to this committee, can be up to the task. And so I want her to clarify: is she currently does she currently have the medication to allow her to function still in this task?
Thank you, Committeeman Clark. Committeewoman Callis, please unmute Committeewoman Callis so she may answer the question. Committeewoman Callis, you are recognized.
Yes, the regiment that I'm going to begin will not begin until the pandemic is over or until I've gotten the COVID shot. But I have, y'all know me, and I have been trying with this for years. And if y'all don't want me on here, then I will not be on here. In my area here in Northwest Tennessee, I am a beacon for what is Democrat. And when I ran against Andy Holt, it is still foreseen. They still say, you know, even though it was years ago, oh, she's the Democrat in the area. And if you want me to nominate somebody to take my spot, I will do so. I cannot guarantee my health will be better or worse. It just depends on whether or not I have a cold or something like that. The medication is supposed to be, I've maxed out on it to the best of what my doctors can do with this pandemic going on. It has just been a year that did not go as planned with my doctors because the pandemic came in and changed everything around. And, you know, Clark, I know you for years, and even though I was not as active this year, I still had phone bank people doing for the Biden-Harris campaign. I still try to keep up with what's going on in my county parties to the best of my ability and have people who keep me informed and that sort of thing. I did not put myself in charge of those things, but I put other people who are capable and tried to show leadership of what it means to be a Democrat in our area.
Thank you, Committeewoman Callis. Appreciate that. Are there any other questions?
This is Dave. Am I unmuted still?
You are, sir.
Okay.
You are recognized.
Okay. I got a note to remind me, and we did, I think last year when we met, or 2 years ago, God, it gets all confusing now. Angela had been on probation for missing 2 in a row.
Yeah, I can't hear it.
Jolie said the meeting's still working, so I just think that, are you still on the call?
No, I got kicked off the call. That's what happened.
Welcome to Maestro Conference. Please enter the conference PIN number followed by the pound. This call may be recorded. Thank you. You will now be connected.
Seeing her if we can ever get together again.
Thank you, Committeewoman Wagner.
I have number 1 pressed by Ryan Schofield, and I am unmuting him.
Committeeman Schofield, you are recognized.
Alrighty. This is kind of just a general comment, but Angela, I know how you feel. I deal with constant health problems, and it's never easy. If should you decide to still stay on and we decide to keep you on, if there's anything that some of us executive committee members can do to help you out, not only to make the meetings, but to keep you engaged, please just let us know. Because we're here. We're all in this together.
Thank you, Committeeman Schofield.
I have Betty Fraley has pressed the number 1, and I'm unmuting her.
Committeewoman Fraley, you are recognized.
I would like to say something in behalf of Angela. You know, she has been to national conventions. She has given her life to the Democratic Party. And COVID-19 has changed a lot of us. None of us can assure you that our health will hold up. I'm certainly for giving Angela another chance. This thing has taken its toll on everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Committeewoman Fraley.
Mark Farah has pressed the number 1, and I'm unmuting him.
Committeeman Farah, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mary. My question is, and just a point of clarification, from what I understand from Angela, she, was ill, laid down, would sleep, because of the medication, and really had intended to be a part of that meeting, but just, slept through it because of the medication. Had she earlier in the day said, I don't feel well, and asked you for an excused absence, Mary, this would have been called for an excused absence. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct.
So she probably would have got an excused absence, but she unfortunately didn't know that she was going to miss it. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, she's dedicated a lot of time. Like she said, I mean, you go anywhere in her area, she's the one people talk about as a Democratic leader. I think we're getting into like almost a formality of paperwork here that didn't get done, but could have easily been done.
Thank you, Committeeman Farah.
Jasmine Boyd has pressed the number 1, and I'm unmuting her.
Hi, all.
Committeewoman Boyd, you are recognized.
Hi, all. I first want to say that I absolutely, can understand that everyone is living a different kind of life right now due to COVID, and especially those who have other conditions that make this an even scarier and trying time for them. And we all understand that. And I don't think that Angela's commitment and dedication to the Democratic Party is in question, but based on the information that Dave has shared with us today, I do think that it is important to echo what Committeewoman Marjorie Pomeroy Wallace said, And that is, you know, you can't pour from an empty cup. And I think that I would also ask that Committeewoman Callis take this time to build herself back up and focus on her health, and know that we will all be here waiting for her. And a seat on the EC is an opportunity in the future when she is able to do the things necessary to be at her best self and her most healthy. And I don't think we are doing ourselves a service, and we are doing Angela a service by not urging her to put her health first. I think it's also important to echo the fact that, you know, this was not only this year in COVID that there were 2 consecutive unexcused absences. Angela was on probation for previous unexcused absences. And when sent a certified letter by our committee to meet with us and talk about it, she did not make that meeting. And we were not even aware of her health conditions and all that she's been going through until members of that subcommittee reached out to her directly to inquire why, when she received the certified letter and the communications about meeting with us on her absence, why she didn't join us. So I think that, yes, there are health issues at play, but there is also a lack of communication on the part of Committeewoman Callis, so that we can make the necessary arrangements needed and the necessary accommodations needed so that she can be a full participant, even given her health concerns. So I would ask that each member of this committee take that into question, but also remember that to do the work that is needed, we have to have a full cup. And we can't have a full cup if we are battling health issues that are precluding us from being able to show up, not only for the other members of this EC, but for the folks and constituents that we represent in our districts across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Committeewoman Boyd.
Richard Langford has his hand up. I'm unmuting him.
Committeeman Langford, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move the previous question.
The previous question has been moved. That means the, please go ahead and put everybody's hands down. We do need a second on that. Question has been called. Do we have a second?
Yes, Eric Brown has pressed the number 2.
Committeeman Brown, you are recognized.
I'd like to second that.
Question has been called. We have a second as well. Go ahead and put everybody's hands down. This is a non-debatable motion. Must pass by 2/3. If you would like to end the debate, please press 1. If you would like to continue the debate, please press 2. Once again, if you would like to continue the debate, if you would like to end the debate, please press 1. If you would like to continue the debate, please press 2. The motion carries, let's see, the motion carries 60 to 3. The debate is now ended. We are back on the original motion, which I will read once again, and we are voting on this now. The motion on the table is whereas Angela Callis, Committeewoman for District 24, has 2 unexcused absences in a row and is subject to removal from the Executive Committee pursuant to Article 4, Section 3, the Bylaws Committee recommended she be removed, but any removal is based on a vote of the entire EC. We further recommend that Angela be allowed to speak to the entire EC today, which she has, to show cause as to why she did not be expelled as a member of the committee. So we are actually voting on the Bylaws Committee recommendation that Angela Callis be removed from the body. So if you would agree with the Bylaws Committee recommendation that Angela Callis be removed from the Tennessee Democratic Party Executive Committee for unexcused absences, please press 1. If you do not agree that Angela Callis should be removed for unexcused absences, please press 2. If you do not agree with the recommendation that she be removed, please press 2. Once again, as voting continues, we wait for everybody to vote. If you agree with the recommendation to remove Angela Callis, please press 1. If you disagree with the Bylaws Committee to remove Angela, please press 2. Just making sure I have my numbers right. Again, press number 1 to remove Angela. Press number 2 to keep. The motion carries 33 to 29. Committeewoman Callis, I would like to just take a moment of personal privilege to thank you so much for your years of service to the Tennessee Democratic Party Executive Committee, and I know that you will be missed. Okay, you can go ahead and clear the board. Committeewoman Cameron, any further business by the Bylaws Committee?
We've been meeting over the last, like I said, quarter, and then I think there were meetings that happened earlier in 2019 and even earlier in 2020, and a lot of this stuff never actually got voted on. It just was said, oh, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do this stuff, but nothing ever happened. So Secretary Weston put together a great little document, which I attached and sent out to them, of all the things that we need, all the items we need to change in the bylaws that have been approved. For the most part, a couple of them haven't, but they were approved by the Bylaws Committee. And I move that the attached bylaw changes be approved and the bylaws updated accordingly. If these were approved, we will send updated bylaws to all EC members in the next few days. I added that part. And update the bylaws on the website as soon as practical, depending on the availability of the TNDP staff. And I don't want to go through 4 pages. I hope everyone had a chance to read them. I can also see everybody saying, I don't want to discuss this and all, which is, let's push this off the next time. And then that's certainly doable. Oh, by the way, this is not the motion. This is me talking. There's one on here, though, that I would like to bring to attention, and that's about regular meetings. Right now, we only require regular meetings twice a year, and we thought that's probably not enough, and that worked fine and was doable when we all had to travel. But one thing COVID has taught us is we can do a lot of things remotely. So we were going to suggest that we have quarterly meetings, and if we didn't do anything else out of here, I would love to see that part passed so that we meet again in April instead of pushing anything off to the summer. Anyway, that's what I've got to say. So it's up to y'all if you want to vote on these, push them off, or just move on to one.
Actually, we need a motion from you, Dave, as the chair, of the acting chair of the bylaws committee. If you would like to make it.
I move so bylaw changes be approved.
Okay. so we have a motion. We have a motion on the table to approve, and this would be approval of all the bylaws that are listed in the attachment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Please go ahead and press number 2 if you would like to second that motion.
Mark Harmon, press the number 2.
Yes, I move.
Harmon, Committeeman Harmon, you are recognized.
I also serve on bylaws, and I move to approve Cameron's motion that the attached document bylaws changes be approved in full.
Are you making a second?
I'm making a second.
Okay, great. We have a motion and we have a second to approve the bylaws, including the attachments that were sent to all of you. Any discussion? Please press the number 1 on your phone.
Mark Sarah has pressed the number 1, and I'm unmuting him.
Hey, just a point of order. Should we do each change as a separate motion? Would that be easier than getting bogged down in a whole bunch of amendments to pull one out or another one out, or only vote on one? I'm wondering if it would be acceptable to do each proposed change as a separate motion. He mentioned that one of them he would like to see passed. Maybe the other go more discussion.
I would be glad to do them in any order anybody would like. And I don't want to get bogged down. I don't think any of us do.
Yeah, I feel like there's a couple that may bog us down, and that's why if there's some that you wanted to get passed today, it might be easier to do them as a separate motion.
How many separate line items are there, Dave?
It looks like there are 6. There's 7, plus there's 1 which falls under the category of editing or bookkeeping, or whatever you want to call it, where we're removing gender-specific language.
Okay, so you can do 1 of 2 things, I think, here. You can withdraw and then create, make a separate one or different motion to take each one separately. Or this can be an amendment to your original motion.
Let's withdraw the original and go through them one by one as fast as we can. And if there's anybody who feels real strongly against any of these, then I'll be willing to push it off.
Okay.
Thank you. I just say that because I think they're good, and I know there's several of us that are going to feel strongly.
So the original motion has been withdrawn. The new motion is that we take each one of the bylaws changes separately and vote on them separately. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we need a second on that motion, please. Anyone?
Stephen Miller has pressed the number 2.
Committeeman Miller, you are recognized.
Yes, I'll second the motion.
Great. We have a motion and a second, and this is to separate each one of the 7 bylaws changes into a separate vote. Any discussion? Press 1 on your phone.
Tim Hackworth has pressed the number 1. I'm unmuting him.
Committeeman Hackworth, you are recognized.
Yes, Madam Chairman. My question is there any of these that waiting till the next meeting would matter?
Well, the one about the requirement.
Committeeman Cameron?
Oh, the one about waiting to the next meeting, because we have one on here that says we want to have a next meeting no later than April. So that one probably is the most relevant of any of them time-wise.
Would it be appropriate to do that one and move forward the next meeting to be able to have time to study them all?
Up to you all.
Madam Chairman, I would offer that as a substitute motion.
Okay, repeat that again for me, please.
Did we hear the one item setting the next meeting date and refer the additional ones to that meeting?
And just to add a little background, if you go to Pam's chart, that's number 5, and it basically just says regular meetings shall be held at least quarterly.
Okay, so great. So Dave, just go ahead and withdraw. And have you just move that one item and then not move the rest of them, and we'll just take that one item up. And this makes the most sense. That way, people will be given. We'll have more time because there are some chewy things in the proposed bylaws. So why don't you go ahead and just move that one item? We vote on that one. We'll make a motion to vote on that one item right now. Not specifically to vote, but just to vote on that item. Say the item that you want to pass it. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Just a word of warning, we'll have more for y'all next time. But I move that we accept bylaw change number 5, which deals with the requirement for meetings, and we're going to amend the bylaws to say they should be held at least quarterly. And all the other words stay the same.
Okay, so basically, changes regular meetings from minimum of 2 per year to quarterly, changes names of emergency meeting to separate special called meeting, change notice required for regular meetings from 45 days to 30 days. There's a lot more in that, Dave.
Yes,
in that
that's
one
true.
item.
I forgot about that part of it. Yes, changes regular meetings from minimum of 2 to quarterly, changes the name of the emergency meeting to special called meeting, because the idea of having an emergency meeting and requiring 45 days to have it seems kind of a misnomer. So we're just calling them special called meetings for 30 days, and then changing the required for special called and member requested meetings from 14 to 7 days. So we have sped that process up also. Sorry about that.
Okay, so just give me 1 second. I have one of our DNC members who's also pretty well versed in Parliament Robert's Rules of Order, who is asking me to look at something. So just give me 1 second. Okay, so Dave, go ahead and just make that one motion one more time, and we will go ahead and vote on that.
Okay, I move we accept bylaw change number 5 from that document, and basically it covers changing regular meetings from a minimum of 2 per year to quarterly. It changes the name of emergency meetings to special called meetings, changes notice required for these meetings, or for regular meetings like these from 45 days to 30 days, changes the notice required for special called and member requested from 14 days to 7 days.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, so there is a motion on the floor. Is there a second on that motion? Please go ahead and press the number 2 on your phone.
Keely Sage has pressed the number 2.
Committeewoman Sage, you are recognized. Okay.
Sorry, that was an accident.
It's okay.
Cheryl Vickers
Maria,
has pressed the number 2. Cheryl Vickers.
Committeewoman Vickers. Committeewoman Vickers, you are recognized.
I second the proposal as amended.
Okay, are you seconding the motion to accept the number 5 item on bylaws that were sent to everyone?
Correct.
Is that what you're seconding? Okay. We have a motion and we have a second. Any discussion? Go ahead and press any of the press number 1 on your phone.
Calling on, recognizing Jeff Clark has raised his hand. One moment to give me his name to unmute him. Okay. Jeff Clark.
Committeeman Clark, you are recognized. Committeeman Clark, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I first want to point out that it is the job of this committee to read our emails before we have our meetings. So I personally find it as no excuse to push off these needed changes because someone hasn't read the changes themselves. I would also like to say that it is near and dear to my heart that we, at the very least, change the language in our bylaws to be more gender neutral. As someone married to a non-binary person, I find it very upsetting that we still contain gendered language in our bylaws. And so at the very least, I would like that to get changed today.
Sure, understand your feelings on that, but the debate is on the actual motion, please. The merits of the motion, not on whether or not we're going to hear. Whether or not we're going to hear any other additional.
This is Dave. Can I add something?
Yes, Committeeman Cameron.
Yeah. The bylaws committee already has leave to make, if we find a word misspelled or something like that, punctuation, we can go ahead and make that change. It doesn't have to be voted on by all of us. And all of us view removing the gender-specific language as basically
Dave, I have to interrupt and say this. I have to interrupt and say this the same thing. We're debating the merits of that one motion. You can continue with that in that thought in the rest of your report. And can you leave Committeeman Cameron? Can you leave Committeeman Cameron unmuted since this is his report, please, so he can chime in? Thank you.
I see a hand raised with Ryan Schofield pressing the number 1, so I'm unmuting him.
Committeeman Schofield, you are recognized.
Since it sounds like we're wanting to kick the 6 of these bylaws modifications down the road a little bit, how many can we expect to have at the next meeting? How many bylaws modifications, including the 6 that we're not wanting to vote on now?
Committeeman Schofield, this is actually this is a discussion on that one specific motion that was made. You can ask those questions when we go back into the regular report. I will ask if there's any additional questions for Committeeman Cameron at that point.
Ann Backus has pressed the number 4. Yes, Ann Backus has pressed the number 4, and I'm unmuting her.
That was an accident. Sorry.
Stephen Miller has pressed the number 5, and I'm unmuting him.
Yes, Mary, I'm calling the question.
Committeeman Miller, you're recognized to call the question. Please clear the board. The question has been called. Do we have a second? Go ahead and press the number 2.
Debbie Harley McClaskey has raised her hand. She's unmuted.
Committeewoman Harley McClaskey, you're recognized.
I would like to second the motion to call the question.
The motion has been seconded. Please go ahead and clear the board. You would like to go ahead and clear the board. If you'd like to end the debate, please press number 1. If you would like to continue the debate, please press number 2. Again, if you'd like to end the debate, please press number 1. To continue the debate, please press number 2. The motion passes 54-2. The debate is ended. Go ahead and clear the board. We're now back on the original motion. Change to the bylaws that changes regular meetings from minimum of 2 per year to quarterly, changes name of emergency meeting to special called meeting, changes notice required for regular meetings from 45 days to 30 days, changes notice required for special called and member requested meetings from 14 to 7 days. We are now voting on that motion. If you would like to change the bylaws in that way, please press number 1. If not, please press number 2. Once again, accept the bylaws changes. As stated, press number 1. To reject, press number 2. The motion is adopted 54 to 5. Oh, please take a screenshot of that. Thank you. Okay, go ahead and clear the board. Committeeman Cameron, you are still unmuted for the remainder of your report.
Well, I thought I was done, but I have a notion or a prescient idea that a couple questions are going to be asked. So let me see if I can hit them using my ESP. All the gender-specific language can be removed under the bylaws ability to edit for grammatical errors, and we're going to proceed with that. And as for how many there might be in the next one, we have no idea yet. There's several areas of the bylaws that need to be strengthened and need to be brought into compliance with the bylaws we gave out to the county parties. So we'll try to make it an easily digestible bit. And that's it. That's all I have to say on this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Committeeman Cameron. Are there any additional questions on the report?
Yes, Sylvia Woods has raised her hand, and I'm unmuting.
There was one more article, Dave, that needs to be brought up, and that is the Regional Resource Center. We have voted several times and talked about it several times, and to take it out of our bylaws. And I think that all we need to do is just to vote yes, go ahead and take it out. And there shouldn't be a lot of discussion because we've already discussed it many times before this. So that when we retype our bylaws, we've got them in a better shape.
I believe we've already voted on that, Committeewoman Woods. Is that correct, Committeeman Cameron? We voted.
Yes, I think we voted on it too, but it's still in the bylaws. That's what I'm saying, and that was Article 7 in what Dave was presenting. It's supposed to be deleted, and it never has been deleted, so we were just making sure that it got deleted.
Gotcha. Okay, Committeeman Cameron, can you take care of that, please?
Yeah, I would think that based on the fact that we all agree that we voted on that, then it should just be a grammatical thing that, oh, we forgot to take this out, so we'll remove it.
Yes, and you can confirm that with Secretary Reed in the minutes. It will be in there. Yes, thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, we can't get enough of you, Dave. So the chair recognizes Committeeman Cameron for the Caucuses Committee report.
Yeah, I haven't talked to you all for so long. This will be real quick. Most of the caucuses didn't do very much because of the holidays, and a lot of them, some of them are working down on the Georgia elections, which I'll keep them out to the good, but there's one real quick thing to talk about. I have received a verbal request. A new caucus wants to start. It's a women's caucus, and the rules of the caucus is for groups that aren't normally aren't represented on the TNDP. We do have a women's group on the TNDP, but the focus of this group is going to be different than Democratic women. And we probably don't need to get into a lot of detail on it, and we can vote on it in April when we meet again, or whenever we meet again, but it'll have to be by April. But the person who is wanting to start this is Jolie Grace. Jolie, do you want to talk a little bit about it, or just defer it till next month? And also to add, under the rules we've adopted, once Jolie Grace turns in her paperwork, she can go ahead and start getting the caucus organized, and then we formally accept it next time.
I'm meeting Committeewoman Wareham, you are recognized.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Dave. Yeah, just to be brief, I know I've had some conversations with folks on this committee about the possibility of getting this caucus going. After a lot of conversations and just experiences that a lot of women in our party feel and have experienced, we are kind of realizing that there is a void for kind of an internal facing entity that can take a look at the experiences of women in our party and have some of those really tough intersectional conversations and maybe think through some ways that, you know, we can affect change in our party and in our society through the leadership positions we all hold. And so I'll talk more about it. Please let me know if you have interest in joining it. We do have the executive committee sponsors needed as well as the founding members, but definitely looking for people who might want to have leadership in it and be thinking through kind of the building of this and kind of the planning of it as this is just kind of in the thought stage right now. So looking forward to hearing from y'all about anybody who might be interested in being part of this really important caucus that we are trying to get going. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions about the caucuses report?
Christy Cornett has a hand up. I'm unmuting her.
Committeewoman Cornett, you are recognized. I did not mean to do that. Sorry. No worries.
No other hands.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Maria. The next item on the agenda under reports is the County Party Development. The chair recognizes Chair Sylvia Woods for the County Party Development Committee report.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are recognized.
Okay, thank you. I typed up the report and sent out to everybody this morning. I have a amendment to it. I did list what our responsibilities were in the bylaws and the committee, the people who are on the committee who help make all these decisions. The first part I listed counties that we had been involved with just in the last month or two. But the main thing was reorganization. I'm hearing from last November when we had a meeting, we said we would set a date in January versus setting it in November, which we normally did because we didn't know what the world was going to be like for 2021. And it's hopefully going to get better, not made a change. So because of the ongoing danger of COVID, and we announced last time that we would talk about this in January, and it is January. We recommend tentatively setting our as August as a date for reorganization, and then set the specific date in the April meeting. And we're recommending that it be held outside. We think August is still warm enough to be outside safely, because we don't believe that it will be really best for us to have inside meeting. The reason we're putting it off is because reorganization is a effort that we do to build our parties, and it's very difficult over Zoom or just over the telephone to bring in new people and also be able to accommodate people who've been there longer. And putting it off a few months to where we can actually meet would be much better for all of us. And some county parties already know that and some don't, but we really need to notify them, because I'm starting to get questions about the reorganization in April. And so what we're asking is from this committee is that we set August as a tentative date, specific dates set in April, and move forward with reorganization, using this time between now and then to help our county parties better understand reorganization and their bylaws, their expectations, and those kind of things. Not just leave it alone. Plus, it takes about 2 months to get all the paperwork and for them to find their place, pass the look at their bylaws and that kind of thing. So our recommendation is that we tentatively set the reorganization date for August. And I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Okay, so let me just restate that just to make sure. You're making a motion to set August as a tentative month of reorganization.
Yes, ma'am.
And the specific date to be set at the meeting in April. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Fantastic. We have a motion. Is there anyone who would like to second that motion? Press number 2 on your phone.
It is a committee recommendation.
Committee recommendation. That's right. The County Party Development Committee has made that recommendation, and that is the motion.
Christy Cornett has raised her hand. Christy Cornett has raised her hand and is unmuted.
I second the motion. Committeewoman Cornett, you are recognized.
Thank you. I second the motion to move reorganization to sometime in August.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to set August as the tentative date, tentative month of reorganization with a specific date to be set at the meeting in April. Any discussion? Please press the number 1 on your phone.
John Farmer has discussion. One moment while I unmute him.
Committeeman Farmer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just had one question. With us moving the reorganization date from March or till August, will the officers that are currently in the county parties serve until August?
They will.
Correct.
Party will stay intact as it is, unless somebody wants to resign. If they have dedicated this ending time to be in April, then it would be just like anybody else that resigned or there was a vacancy to be filled.
I know most county parties have April in their bylaws if they elect new officers at that time.
Well, the TNDP has from time to time changed when they had reorganization, and at one time it was in September, and it hit right around elections, and we did change it back to the spring, and then we also it's not necessarily always in April because we have to work around the Easter holidays and the school closings and stuff like that. So I don't know that they have it in their bylaws that it is specifically April. That was not a part of the standard bylaws.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Greg Hanners has raised his hand and is unmuted.
Committeeman Hanners, you are recognized.
Okay, my only question for Committeewoman Woods is this a permanent change or is this a one-time only for this year change?
Oh, for heaven's sake, let's get it over with this year. No, we're looking. This is an emergency situation. This is not a forever everything.
Okay, thank you.
Marjorie Pomeroy Wallace has her hand raised and is hold one moment. And is unmuted.
Committeewoman Pomeroy Wallace, you are recognized.
Committeeman Hanners is a great mind, and we think alike. That was my question.
Jim Hassler has his hand raised and is unmuted.
Committeeman Hassler, you are recognized.
Yes, Madam Chair, my question has been answered.
George Wilkins has his hand raised and is unmuted.
Committeeman Wilkins, you are recognized. We cannot hear you. Perhaps you're muted on your end.
Okay, sorry about that. I just wanted to add on to what Chair Woods was saying. I believe this is a good move for us to make given the circumstances. When we first started discussing this, I put out a poll on our Facebook page for the county chairs, and majority of the chairs were supportive of this right here to move this until August. And our first priority is for everybody's safety. And then our second priority is to continue to expand our parties. And by doing this, that will allow us to do both of those. So I encourage everybody to please support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further hands raised, we will now vote on the motion. The motion is to set August as a tentative month of reorganization of the TNDP county parties with a specific date to be set at the meeting in April. If you agree with the motion, please press 1 on your phone. To reject the motion, please press 2. once again to agree with the motion to set August as a tentative month of reorganization for the Tennessee Democratic Party county parties, and a specific date to be set in April meeting. Please go ahead and press 1. To reject that motion, please press 2. Motion carries 56 to 5. Committeewoman Woods, thank you for your work on this. Is there any other business in your report?
No other business, just other items that are reported. So we would appreciate if our report is accepted.
Thank you. Without objection, the report is accepted. Are there any additional questions concerning the report? Please press the number 1 on your phone.
Eric Brown has his hand raised and is unmuted.
Committeeman Brown, you are recognized.
I apologize, Madam Chair, I was absent.
Okay, no worries. The next item on the agenda is the Finance Committee report. The chair recognizes Chair Sandy Thomason for the Finance Committee report.
Good afternoon, everyone, from Eastern Time. There will be 2 major parts to my report today. The first, or one of those, will be the 2020 review of our income and expenses. And I will make a motion, or recommend, rather, not a motion, as requested, that those members be approved as the Finance Committee has approved those. And then the second part will be a review of the proposed first quarter budget for 2021, and those numbers will be recommended for your approval. Let me go through these numbers. They should have been circulated to everyone, and start with the 2020 overview and trying to anticipate some of your questions. First of all, we had total revenue for the year of $1,358,825.62. We had total expenses for the year of $1,231,766.65, which left us with a net profit, or net income, if you will, of $127,058.97 at the end of 12/31. Should point out, others have asked earlier, what was the beginning cash, or how much cash was raised in certain months. This number of 127 does not, to my knowledge, include the beginning cash of the year of about $11,000 that we started the year with. That's something that I would have to ferret out for you to determine. It really relates to another item later on, whether or not we are reporting net income as net cash at the end of the month or the reporting period, and whether or not that is carried over to the beginning cash of the next succeeding month, because currently we don't do that. Let me continue. I want to make a point. People have spoken in glowing terms of Mary. And Mary, of course, I'm one of your fans, one of many. But the numbers hit the road here, and Mary raised $777,000 out of that $1,358,000 in phone time. She may have raised more, but I don't know that because there are months in which all I see is the total income and it is not broken out by categories. And so, but they are aggregated again quarterly. Sometimes they're broken out at a quarterly amount, and sometimes they are not. And one of the things I am recommending that the next chair of the Finance Committee, the chair of the party, the treasurer, and the person who is the compliance consultant speak as a group about how those numbers are broken out as far as income going forward so that there's a clearer picture. But I think it's unfair of me to bring that forward as a motion in our last meeting of this administration and a new one coming in. But I do recommend that this be something that and I certainly may not, I serve at the pleasure of the chair, that the new Finance Committee chair take this up. But that is purely a recommendation. Pardon me. There are, coming back to 2020, I want to clarify some line items which may be somewhat confusing. Contributions to candidates is money only. That's money only that we have contributed to those candidates' campaigns. And most of that, if you look at your budgets, didn't occur until August, September, October, as you would expect going into the final phase of the election cycle. The campaign support is the expenses of a campaign to which we may have contributed, such as mailing. Those amounts are less, but they're a separate line item, just in case that creates any confusion. Consulting fees are split. Those are financial consulting fees and fundraising fees, and they're both lumped together. Okay, pardon me. These just times, as you can tell, I'm made for. Let me get disjointed. So that is the bulk of my comments in I guess prefacing your review of the 2020 numbers. And I would like to answer any questions about 2020 before we move on to 2021. Assuming there are none, I'll move on to 2021. 2021 is, again, only...
Sorry, I had muted myself, Sandy. My apologies. There are no hands up. So, yes, please go on with 2021.
Thank you. In 2021, again, we don't actually start with cash. And Gita informed us earlier that we actually have $68,216.87 cash on hand right now. That means that of the $127,058 at the end of December, we've spent roughly half of that in expenses the first part of this month. And so, but still, the $68,000 is cash in the bank somewhere. It is not reflected in your budget for 2021. And again, this is something that I bring up personally. I've discussed it. I've circulated memos. It is not an approved item by the. I want to make it clear: the Finance Committee has not taken these issues to format up and approve them. They are my comments only, and that is that I believe that we need to reflect our cash better so that we can budget better. Budgeting strictly based on a monthly profit does not give you a clear picture of your cash flow, and you can't see, I can't see reasonably how I'm going to go through, say, a 12-month period, and I don't budget on a quarterly basis. Budgeting, as I understand it, should be done on an annual projection and maybe reviewed quarterly. But one needs to know what their cash is from one month to the next to see how you're going to get through those months where you have negative cash flow to get to a month of positive cash flow. And as we report numbers now, that's not possible. Or at least I don't think it is. It's rather intuitive. You have to look at, you have to aggregate your profit every month and hope that tells you what your cash actually is. And and as far as I know, the reports I've been seeing don't do that. So in 2021, for that budget, excuse me, I have to pull it up so I can speak to it. I'll just speak from memory. We originally had been presented with numbers that showed the new chair or administration raising $155,000 in the first month. We didn't think that was reasonable. We cut it back to about 60, as I recall. In addition, we are showing in insurance, you will see 2 months of a larger insurance premium for the month of January, and that's because there are 2 months reflected there. Payment for December was moved into January, and then the January payment is there as well. We are moving on. We are also making the last payment this month to Stacks for the gotten the term. It's basically our obligation to take on the repayment of the debt of combined campaigns run back in 2018. And that amounts to, I think, $9,600. And that obligation will be extinguished this month, which pulled our net profit for January down to $19,000. And then you move forward with the rest of the months as you see them on your schedules. And as I said in the beginning, the Finance Committee recommends that you approve this proposed budget. Now, I am also presenting these numbers understanding that the Finance Committee has met with and will continue to meet with the Personnel Committee for purposes of helping with the compensation for the new chair. And I want to read in, if you will, our recommended language concerning that. And I will be supplementing Meryl Rice on this when she makes her presentation for the Personnel Committee around this issue. But strictly hopefully as to numbers. The chair of the TNDP will be paid a base salary of $90,000 annually, with the potential for up to $35,000 each year in additional performance-based bonuses. And we can discuss performance-based bonuses as opposed to financial fundraising performance in a second, but I think you can see that they're different. Chair TNDP will be paid a base salary of $90,000 annually with potential for up to $35,000 each year and additional performance-based bonuses awarded quarterly based on fundraising performance. This amount may be adjusted up with extraordinary fundraising performance. An additional annual bonus will be paid based on the annual job performance evaluation by the Personnel Committee. Bonuses will be awarded by a joint meeting of the Personnel and Finance Committees. That is by way of explanation of how we propose to approach the compensation structure for the new chair. And again, very simply, $90,000 base salary, $35,000 available for additional incentive to be reviewed and awarded quarterly, but there is an annual review at which time for extraordinary job performance and fundraising, they may qualify for more than the $35,000. Now, I think it goes without saying before you say anything that those funds have to be available before we can award them as compensation. My concern as chair of the Finance Committee was that we will now actually have to set aside funds in reserve to make sure that they are there to pay these bonuses as they are earned and awarded. Madam Chair, I think that is the extent of my report.
Chairman Thomason, we do need a motion made to accept the first quarter budget.
The Finance Committee proposes that the TNDP accept the first quarter budget for 2021 as submitted.
Fantastic. Is there a second on that motion? Please press the number 2 on your phone.
Richard Langford has raised his hand.
Committeeman Langford, you are recognized.
Yes, I'd like to second that motion, please.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to accept the first quarter budget. Is any discussion? Please press the number 1 on your phone.
Amber Sherman has raised her hand and is unmuted.
Hey, Amber Sherman, you are recognized.
Thanks. I just had a quick question. Is that a reduction or increase from the current salary?
The total salaries for the first quarter of 2021 are in gross. The total amount is $32,400 each month, and that is in alignment with what we paid in 2020 monthly in wages. So it does anticipate the chair's salary of $90,000 as proposed. It does not include any incentive wages or bonuses that we have contemplated. Those, again, would have to be based upon additional revenues generated by phone time or other fundraising. Does that answer the question?
Thank you. Well, could you just say whether or not it was a reduction or increase? That was kind of.
Oh, I'm sorry. That wasn't the question. Pardon me. Well, let me look at 2020 and tell you exactly. We spent on wages $423,000 last year. So the average of that is, I don't know, what is that? A little more than 30,000.
I'm sorry. Let me just jump in here. I can tell you, since I was the person, it was not a reduction. Yeah. It is not a reduction.
Okay, that's all I was want to know. Thank you.
Barbara Wagner has raised her hand and is unmuted.
Committeewoman Wagner, you are recognized.
Hi, thanks, Sandy, for your hard work on this. I know these things are not easy. I just wanted to know, where is that final payment for this tax debt itemized in our January?
And let me pull that up for you.
I actually have a couple of questions about our 2020 too, if we can jump backwards for just a minute.
Understood. Stacks, and at some point I may defer, ask Chris to assist me, but I think the Stacks is included in technology and computers, and that's $9,600. If I'm wrong, Chris, please speak up.
So, actually, the questions. No, yeah, go ahead. Yes, go ahead, Chris.
That's the correct number. That's the correct line item, rather.
So line item 6,500, Barbara.
Alrighty, thank you. to know, in our 2020 figures, are we able to discern a breakout for the most recent 3-star dinner? And I also would like to know if there is reporting in December or maybe January for
Committeewoman Wagner, we're on a motion to accept the quarter budget. Do you have any further questions on the quarter one budget?
No, not now, no.
Okay. Any additional hands raised?
Yes, Sylvia Woods has her hand raised and is unmuted.
Committeewoman Woods, you are unmuted and recognized.
Okay, and so are we talking 2021? Is that what we're talking about now? I have to.
Yes, the motion is to question on the 2021 first quarter budget.
I want the finance chair to know that I am a bookkeeper. I also agree on carrying the cash forward. It's not just the budget; it is actual what we're doing in our reports. I also agree on an annual budget, and I would ask that if you could do this printing on legal size paper versus regular size, it would make the numbers a little bit larger for us to read. That's my comment.
And then, may I respond and say that there was, I have converted these Excel formats that I've received to a PDF format to be printed out in landscape, both letter and legal. And so if you did not receive a legal size, I am sorry. It is a breakdown in my communication with you.
No, it all squares it up on the regular size paper. So I appreciate that.
You might check your printer setting and see if it's set up for letter or legal.
Okay, I will do that. That's all.
Thank you.
Jim Hackworth has his hand raised and is unmuted.
Committeeman Hackworth, you are recognized.
Yes, Madam Chairman. First, I want to say it's one of the better reports I've heard from the finance side since I've been on the board, and I appreciate it very much. Second, and I hope this is appropriate for discussion now, but I was curious about the criteria that you would go by and determine what the bonus would be.
I'm sorry.
I think that is a question for the personnel committee as opposed to me on the finance committee. I think they will decide the criteria, and my job and the finance committee's job is to counsel them on whether or not the funds are there and the impact of that on the budget going forward.
So we don't anticipate any for this particular first quarter budget, then we're not anticipating any bonus money that needs to be set aside or budgeted for.
No, that is correct. There is no bonus money in the budget for the first quarter, and if we need to include language, I would be willing to accept a friendly amendment to state what is the obvious, and that is we can't pay out what we don't have. So if there is not,
I would agree.
But there are there.
Right. I agree, and I think we need to have some detailed criteria of which to use as a guideline for the personnel committee, and in all fairness to the new chair, so their understanding will be clear as to what they can earn and what they have to do to earn that.
Thank you,
I have no further questions.
Right. Seeing no further questions, we will vote on the motion to accept the budget for the first quarter. If you accept the budget, please press number 1 on your phone. If you do not, please press number 2. Again, to accept the first quarter budget, please press number 1. If not, please press number 2. The budget is quarter 1 budget is accepted 60-0. Thank you, Chair Thomason. Appreciate that report. We are moving on now to the Personnel Committee report. The Chair recognizes Chair Rice for the Personnel Committee report. Let's see. We can't hear. Oh, please, could you please unmute? There you go. Chair Rice, you are recognized.
Thank you. The members of the Personnel Committee and Finance Committees have met twice in the last month by Zoom to discuss and come to an agreement on the salary of the new chair. As many of you may know, in the past, we've not known how the salary of the chair was determined, but this is a year for new processes. And we wanted to come up with a salary that would be fair to the new chair. We took into consideration what the previous chair was making, and into consideration what other state party chairs were making. And by the way, that number was all over the map, from $40,000 to $150,000 a year, and all points in between. We acknowledged the cost of living in Nashville, and we felt like if we expected the chair to spend a lot of time in Nashville or to live in Nashville, that we'd have to pay them enough to do that. And then we had to consider what we could afford to pay. And Sandy has alluded to that. And lastly, we wanted a way to reward performance, especially fundraising performance, because you can't run a state party and do the things that state parties are expected to do without money and without lots of it. So we decided on quarterly mini evaluations and then a more comprehensive year-end evaluation. With all of those in mind, we came up with the plan that Sandy just presented, with the chair, the salary of the chair being $90,000 annually, with the potential for bonuses, up to $35,000 each year in bonuses, which are based on fundraising performance. And then there would be a year-end evaluation and perhaps another bonus at that time for overall performance. And this would be decided on by the Personnel Committee and Finance Committee jointly. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Committeewoman Rice? Please press 1 on your phone.
Seeing no questions at this time.
Well, wonderful. Yeah, we got to give it a little less time. Yeah.
Chris Anderson has his hand raised and is unmuted.
Committeeman Anderson, you are recognized.
Disregard, sorry.
No worries.
Richard Langford has his hand raised and is unmuted.
Committeeman Langford, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. And great report. Finances are always difficult, but one thing I wanted to, that is not really included in the Social Security income, cost of living, wage is 1.3, and based on 90,000, that would be $1,170. And if you want to factor that out to the monthly cost, it would be about $98. So if you want to consider that, just FYI. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Committeeman Langford.
Sylvia Woods has her hand raised and is unmuted.
Committeewoman Woods, you are recognized.
Yes, ma'am. I think that we need to vote on this, and so I would move that we accept the Personnel Committee's report.
Without objection, so moved. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the County Party website report, ad hoc committee report. The chair recognizes Committeewoman Barbara Wagner for the report. Committeewoman Wagner, we cannot hear you. Not sure if you're muted on your end.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Well, I have no notion what that was. My comment was Sylvia made a motion to accept that report. It included, some significant outline of salaries. So I think we need to move on that first.
Okay. Would you like to second that motion?
Sure, I'll do
Personnel Committee report?
Yes.
Just to clarify, you're accepting the recommendations that the report made. Is that correct?
I believe that was Sylvia's intention.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second to accept the Personnel Committee report. Is there any discussion? Please press the number 1 on your phone. I see committee. Yeah, go ahead, Maria.
Sorry. Charles Usselman has his hand raised and is unmuted.
Committeeman Usselman, you are recognized.
I'm sorry, I thought I was voting on something. I don't know what's going on.
We have a motion on the table to accept the Personnel Committee report.
Marjorie Ramsey has her hand raised and is unmuted.
That's what I thought I was doing, was voting.
Okay, we're having a discussion right now. That's okay.
Sorry.
Gentry Allen has his hand raised and is unmuted.
I was in the same boat. I apologize.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and clear the board, Maria, and if anybody who has a question can press 1 again. If not, we'll go ahead with the vote. Seeing no hands raised, we're now voting on the motion to accept the Personnel Committee report. If you do accept it, please press the number 1 on your phone. If you do not, please press number 2. The motion carries 51 to 1. Thank you. We're moving on to the next item on the agenda. Committeewoman Wagner, you are recognized for the County Party website ad hoc committee report.
Thank you, Mary. This has been a very challenging year for all of us. I am currently working to understand the changes that have been made over the recent months and hope that we can quickly pick back up in creating new websites for several of our committees, taking into consideration that we may have a change in staff in the coming weeks or months. I want to work with our new chair to further the work of our committee, and thank you, Mary, for making this happen.
Thank you for that report. Are there any questions? Please press the number 1 on your phone.
Jordan Wilkins' hand is raised and he is unmuted.
Committeeman Wilkins, you are recognized.
Thank you. Just a, I guess, question for Barbara. I know this is something that's been going on for 2 years. I think I speak on behalf of a lot of county chairs and county parties that have desperately wanted a website and have been asking, and I've been asking for a long time, and I know there's been discussion about, is this a committee assignment or is this a staff assignment? You know, there's never been really clear answers on this, and I just want to know, what is the direction? Where do we go from here to getting this problem solved? Is it a committee assignment or is it a staff assignment? And when do we expect this to be something that's actually working for us? Because for 2 years it's not.
Well, I think in the first year we created several new websites that are currently up and running. The biggest problem we have faced is staff changes and staff that have been inadvertently drawn to other projects that were essential. So in the perfect world, you know, we might have a staff person dedicated just to this. We don't have that luxury in the committee. You know, we really just don't have the capacity to do that. So, you know, the essential work on the front end of it is committee work and making the plans and recommendations to county parties. We've done significant training in that area here in East Tennessee. Tried to help facilitate others in other communities that did not have technology proficient individuals to manage their sites. That is a part of the policy that this committee adopted back in the creation of the committee. So it's a joint effort, it's a committee effort, and it requires staff support. And that's, you know, it's been just a challenging year for everybody. And I know that counties are on hold, and we're just going to move forward as best we can. And Jordan, I really apologize that the delay has happened through so many, but you know, I haven't given up hope. This is something everybody has recognized, that county parties need websites, and that's our business. So we're trying, okay?
And I appreciate that, Barbara. And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I know it's been frustrating for everyone. I just wanted to know, particularly, was this staff or was this committee? And can you speak just briefly, Barbara? Last understanding that I had from all of this was that there was something with a security certificate that was trying to be transferred so these sites could be more secure. And then my second question had to do with the security certificate and something about it crashed, that all the sites were crashed. Because I know my county, for example, had a website and through the TNDP, and then it crashed. And to my knowledge, it never has got back up and running. So are there any of these sites that are currently working? And can you speak to the security reasons?
I actually need to credit Mary for this. There was a question brought up because the WordPress sites that we use for county parties were not secure sites. There are security certificates that have been installed on many of them. You know, security certificates are worth what you pay for them.
appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Welcome to Maestro Conference. Please enter the conference PIN number followed by the pound key. This call may be recorded. Thank you. You will now be connected.
Senator Asbury? Okay, Maria, can you just text with her and see what the issue may be? She is still on the call. We'll move to the next report, and the chair welcomes and recognizes the new Democratic House Caucus Chair, Representative Vince Dixie, for the House Caucus report.
Hello, Mary, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. First, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Representative Dixie, and I represent District 54 here in Davidson County in Nashville, Tennessee. And I look forward to working with everyone and get to know everyone personally and have a phone call with everyone. Unfortunately, I had planned on using the next 2 weeks to have during an organizational time to reach out to everyone, but our favorite governor has started a special session which starts on Tuesday, so it threw off my plans. But I would like to reach out to each of you and talk with each of you to find out what your priorities are, and just to talk with you to build a personal relationship. Going forward, I want the House Caucus to have a better working relationship with the EC and the party. I think that we need, and the Senate as well. I think we have to form a triumvirate, a better relationship, a better working relationship with each other to understand the goals, be more strategic about what we do, how we move, and in order to move this party forward, to make sure our goals are aligned and that we're not operating in silos and that we are moving the ball down the field appropriately and forward toward each other. Coming up legislatively, of course, we have a special session based on the educational needs during the COVID-19 pandemic, and I just received that legislation yesterday from them, and I think it's still going to be more to come. And some of it appears to be okay, but it still needs a lot of work. A lot of it's very ambiguous. There's one particular piece of legislation about mini camps and I guess summer school. My question is, where they're going to have it? How's transportation going to be provided? Food, how's it going to be staffed? There's so many questions about this. I think that it's just so rushed, and that the governor is so reactive about what he's trying to do instead of being proactive. We should have had these meetings last year sometime instead of right now. Going forward, after this, we get to the regular session. I think that the House Caucus will focus on the Tennesseans' needs through the pandemic and post-pandemic. We'll focus on how do we make sure we use some of the extra money and the funds that we are getting to make sure people have enough food on the table, that they can eat, have enough money to pay their bills, try to focus on fighting this new healthcare plan that they come up to make sure that people can go to the doctors if they get sick. And also now that's been exacerbated by this pandemic, to make sure the internet, I would like to see it be used as a utility, made into a utility. But we'll begin those discussions, and we'll try to move forward with that. With that said, if you get to know me, I realize I don't talk a lot. I just talk, and when I have something to say, I don't just kind of get on the phone to filibuster and just talk a lot. But I want everyone to, I will reach out after this, and we'll hopefully over the next month I will have a conversation with each of you, and then after this, I guess on the email chain, I'll make sure everyone have my contact information, so you can reach out to me directly. I look forward to speaking with you. I look forward to working with you. I look forward to developing a better relationship to understand how I can support you and how you can support us in finding the right candidates and how we can support them not only financially but give them the training that they need as well. So thank you. If you have any other questions, I think my email is on the email chain, so you can definitely reach out to me that way. And at some point, I'll make sure that I give you my cell phone number. So I look forward to working with you. And I didn't get a chance to say this, but thank you, Mary, for everything you've done over the last, well, I've only known you maybe 3 years, maybe. But it's been a pleasure to get to know you, and you've always been responsive to me and my needs. And so thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate that so much, and thank you for stepping up and leading the House Caucus. Chairing the House Caucus, rather. We do have Senator Ackberry with us for the Senate Caucus report. Senator Ackberry, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will keep mine brief, but we do have good news out of the Senate Democratic Caucus. For the first time since 2006, we were able to flip a district. One, that's because we had a phenomenal candidate who did a great job campaigning and raising money. Two, we really coordinated well with the Tennessee Democratic Party and were able to do some good things for our candidates. So now we are a caucus of 6 instead of a caucus of 5, which is pretty cool. I actually keep forgetting that, to be honest with you. It's taking a little bit of adjustment. We all received committee assignments this past week. There were no surprises there. As Chairman Dixie kind of touched over, Tennessee, unfortunately, our supermajority seems to be in a posture where they are going to rush through things to meet a deadline as opposed to, in my mind, doing some more sincere vetting. For the first time ever, we are in a situation where block grants have been approved. Medicaid block grants have been approved in the state. And so it's something that came down, if you all have been keeping up with the news from the Trump administration, their desire is to get everything done before Biden takes office. And unfortunately, Tennessee played right into that. The governor, I believe, signed the legislation either yesterday or this morning. The good news is the Biden administration will be in office next week. The bad news is I believe it's going to take 9 months for an appeal process to try and unwind it. We do have a special session coming up next week. For the most part, the legislation that I've seen, I do not have a problem with. However, we are continuing to dig deeper, and it's anticipated that perhaps 1 to 2 more pieces could come out that are led by the administration, which those could be kind of tricky. And it has to do with a return to in-person learning and some finances or things tied to that. So we'll see. We will resume our regular session on February the 8th. The bill filing deadline in the Senate is February the 11th. So members and all those on the call, please keep in mind, if you have any legislation or any ideas, anything you'd like to see addressed, please contact a member of our caucus and the House caucus as soon as possible so that we can get that legislation drafted. Also keep in mind, House members have a bill limit of 15 bills. And while senators have an unlimited bill limit, we do have to have a House sponsor for every piece of legislation. That's pretty much it. There were no new developments as far as committees in the Senate. Oh, I do want to say this one thing. We are still going to continue to operate under the COVID protocols we had in June and in August in the Senate. That means that no visitors will be allowed unless you have an appointment that's scheduled with a member, and that appointment there's a security protocol that's in place to get you through to that person's office. We do not allow members or guests to come into committees or to the gallery. But you can watch everything online, virtually. And if there is something that you want to testify about, if you see a bill that's coming on the agenda, please let a member of my caucus or my office know as soon as possible so that we can coordinate with the chairman of that committee and with a Democratic member on that committee to allow you to do that. Otherwise, that's pretty much it. Just keep in mind, Those deadlines are pretty tight and tough, so if you could get us any ideas for legislation, please do. And I'm looking forward to working with the new TNDP administration just to continue to strengthen our relationship, raise money, and recruit great candidates for our seats. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions about the Senate caucus report? Seeing none, we will move on to the County Chairs Association report. The chair recognizes Jordan Wilkins for the County Chairs Association report.
Thank you, Mary. Hello, everyone. I want to first thank everyone that has been kind enough to check in with me the past couple of weeks while I have been battling COVID. I'm happy to report I'm finally starting to do better, but I appreciate each and every one of you for checking on me during this time. I want to say a big thank you to Maria Brewer on behalf of all county chairs and our county party. Our county parties have had no better friend than Maria Brewer. She's always there. She works tirelessly, and I've considered her a great ally. I've learned from her, and I'm so appreciative for her always being there for our county parties to assist in any way that she can. And for that, we are grateful, Maria, and we hope you will continue to be involved in whatever you choose to do next. Thank you so much. PDCCA has completed our work of our county party handbook. This was something that we set out to do almost 2 years ago now, and we have completed that work. We recruited, with the help of Vice Chair Amos Powers, people from all across the state to help write sections for this handbook. Our handbook will have over 19 different sections for our county parties. I'm not going to list all of those, just to say that it will have a lot of things about county parties, finances, election commissions, campaigns, you name it, it's probably in our handbook. And we feel like this is going to be a big resource for not only county chairs, but for county party leadership. That will be presented. This document, our county party handbook, will be given out to all the county chairs at our next membership meeting, which looks like it's going to be at the end of February. We will be giving that to all the chairs, and we will also be putting that on our website. So anybody will be able to go to our website and look at this handbook if they have questions. So we're very excited about that and look forward to seeing counties use it. Our social media committee has been very active. We now have 1,692 likes on Facebook and 925 Twitter followers. So if you are on social media, please follow us. We have a lot of good messaging that we do on there, supporting our state legislators, our county parties, and just getting news out. So please follow us. Most recently, we joined together with our other ex officio organizations, the Tennessee Federation of Women, Tennessee College Dems, Tennessee Young Dems, and we partnered to host the chair forum that we had on Wednesday. We had over 3.4 thousand people view that, and I want to thank Julie Grace, Pam, and Keely for all their help on that, getting that organized, and for Will Winters for moderating that for us. Like we needed to provide an opportunity for our membership to get to know these outstanding candidates that are running to be our next chair. So thank you all for making that event successful. Our bylaws committee has been doing similar work to what the state party bylaws committee has been doing to bring better clarity, purpose, and accountability to our bylaws. They've now completed their work, and they will be presenting their final document at our membership meeting next month. As always, TDCCA does provide free palm cards to our county parties. So if anybody has any type of event coming up and you need palm cards, please reach out to us for that. TDCCA just recently purchased a WebEx account. For those of you who aren't familiar with that, it's very similar to Zoom. That's what we're going to be using for our meetings, and I'm going to be notifying the county chairs that they will have an opportunity to use the WebEx account as well for their meetings if they choose to. So we're excited to be able to offer that. And last but certainly not least, we have been surveying our membership to find out what kind of items that they might need to help their county party. Some of those have included burner phone subscriptions, a button maker, tent, stereo, and projector. TDCCA is very successful in our fundraiser this past year, and we look forward to use some of that money to reinvest in our county parties by supporting them with some of those items I just mentioned. And again, in February, we look forward to having our membership meeting when that is announced. We're going to hear from Election Commissioner Mike McDonald. We will hear from Mr. Greg Harwood and lots more. So look forward to information on that. And I want to thank Mr. Daniel Matten. He was our very first intern. We started an internship program with TDCCA. Daniel did a great job for us, and our now intern is Miss Gracie Doolin, and she's doing a fantastic job as well. So thank you all so much, and I look forward to hopefully seeing you soon.
Thank you, Committeeman Wilkins. Are there any questions about the TDCCA report? If so, press 1 on your phone. Seeing none, the chair recognizes, Norma Lester for the report of the Federation of Democratic Women. Did you get her? Oh, I'm sorry. There seems to have been a delay. Before we do that, Maria, I see there are some hands up. So let's go back and go through those real quick.
Sure, Tracy.
And just so everybody knows, there is sometimes a delay on whether or not when you press 1. So we're going to take it kind of slow, especially as we get into the elections as well. So we just want to make sure that everybody who presses 1 is heard. So go ahead.
Tracy Bott Williams has pressed the number 1, and you're unmuted.
I thought I was voting.
You were recognized?
I thought I was voting. Sorry.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Debbie Harley McClaskey raised her hand and is unmuted.
Chair Harley McClaskey, you are recognized.
Thanks. Sorry. Same problem. Thought I was voting. Amber Sherman has raised her hand and is unmuted.
I'm just voting. Sorry.
Okay, moving on. The next report is the chair recognizes Norma Lester for the Federation of Democratic Women report. Do you have a report, Committeewoman Lester?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't know what's going on. It's like I'm punching all kind of buttons, and I don't know if you guys are seeing them or what. But anyway, I have to admit I'm kind of worried about our chair because she's not here, and I cannot reach her, and that's so unusual for Pam. So I'm really concerned. But she did send a report that everyone has seen, I hope, and it basically covered a lot of the information that was reported by the county chairperson. So the only thing that I would add is more or less a correction to the report. It says that our winter board meeting was going to be February the 30th, but it is scheduled for January the 30th. So other than that, I would just ask that you accept the report as submitted.
Oh, thank you so much. Are there any questions regarding the report? Go ahead and press the number 1 on your phone. Maria, are there any questions?
Seeing no hands at this time.
Thank you. Seeing no hands, we will move on to the next report. And the chair recognizes who's next? Yes, Amber Sherman for the Tennessee Young Democrats.
Hey everyone, my name is Amber Sherman. Like Chairman Mancini said, I'm here to deliver the Tennessee Young Democrats update. I want to start with our mission statement. TNYD seeks to inspire lifelong civic engagement among young people and further democratic values by increasing the number of young Dems voting, running for office, and winning, of course, leading campaigns and building policies reflective of democratic values. We sent this report by email as well. TNYD has been really busy this holiday season between crafting our 2021 strategic plan, thinking through more intentional collaborations with allied organizations, and to help flip Georgia. We had a productive last couple of months. We are excited about all the opportunities the new year brings, and we are filled with hope for a better tomorrow. While we are grappling with the horrific terrorist attacks of last week and the inequalities of our society, the importance of our collective work is ever so evident. We look forward to working with whomever becomes our next TNDP chair to move our party forward and affect positive change in our state and beyond. TNYD leaders, such as myself, the National Committee Woman, and Washington County Young Democrats past President Dayton LaCroix helped Georgia flip the Senate this past month. Both counties that we worked in, I was in Fulton County and Dayton was in Clayton County, received over 90% of the Democratic vote thanks to our hard work and on the ground engaging voters. We're really happy that we are now in the Senate majority and just appreciate both me and Dayton for our efforts. We are consistently working to support the careers of our other young Democrats. We are building a couple of databases through which we hope to connect young Dems with campaigns. We sent a form in the email. If you could please share that with anyone you know who would like to join our campaign operator database, we really appreciate it. And if you know anyone who might have other skills but that are important to campaigns such as photography, artistry, styling, please share that form that we also attach as a link. If you're unable to access that form, the form hyperlinks, just email Jolie Grace, our TNYD president, and she can go ahead and get those to you. Our 2021 strategic plan, we're proud to announce it. We are happy to share a copy with you if you need a separate copy of any of the finishing touches. Our plan includes the following strategic sections: campaign organizer training, expansion and engagement, candidate recruitment and support, issue advocacy, financial development, and special projects. We'd like to give a special thanks to our Communications Director, Kennedy Vox, who is leading our strategic planning process. Since joining our board, Kennedy has helped with our candidate endorsement processes and will be spearheading our brand development and communications initiatives. Kennedy has a unique skill set that includes strategic planning, and we are so grateful to have an expert leading our state organization and county chapters and laying the groundwork for an exceptional year. We also included a bio for Kennedy in the report that we sent. We'd love for you guys to read that. Also, the board will hold a board meeting every other Sunday evening. In 2021, we are inviting leaders of various allied organizations to the beginnings of our meetings so we can learn more formally about them and their organization. This allows for more intentional collaboration. This past week, Tennessee Democratic House Caucus Chair Vincent Dixie joined us. We had a really great conversation with him. We look forward to working with the House Caucus in electoral and legislative efforts. As discussed in our last report, we plan to establish our PAC during early 2021. Our PAC will help us fulfill our candidate support initiatives as discussed in 2021, in the 2021 strategic plan, and we look forward to your support in whatever ways you can provide. Also, TNYD continues its strong relationship with fellow young Democrats across the country. Our National Committee representatives, Kendra Remus and me, Amber Sherman, keep the board informed on happenings going on in YDA, and our membership director, Jason Miller, serves as the YDA Standing Committee, serves for the YDA Standing Committee on Rules and Charters. Our president, Jolie Grace Wareham, sorry about that, gives TNYD updates at virtual YDA National Committee meetings, and fellow National Committee members are excited about the work being done in the volunteer space. TNYD members attended the YDA winter meeting held virtually in mid-December, and we look forward to attending the YDA spring meeting. It's also going to take place virtually in mid-April. If you'd like to get involved, feel free to follow our chapters on social media to stay updated on monthly meetings and other events. And in closing, if you don't have a Young Democrats chapter in your county, feel free to reach out to us to help establish one. Also, just want to say Black Lives Matter and stop killing Black people.
Thank you, Committeewoman Sherman. Are there any questions about the Young Democrats report? Please press the number 1 on your phone.
Seeing no hands at this time.
Thank you. Seeing no hands, we're going to move on to the College Democrats report. The chair recognizes Committeewoman Keely Sage for the College Democrats report.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So I will send this to your inboxes. Sorry that I didn't beforehand. But I first just wanted to echo what a lot of other people have said in this call about thanking Mary and the TNDP staff, and of course everyone else on this call, just for all of the amazing work and persistence in changing the political makeup of our state. And then secondly, the Tennessee College Democrats have been working very diligently, and I'm very proud of the progress of our chapters and executive board that we made during this election season. I was really happy to connect our members with campaign opportunities and see their amazing work and ambition for making our state slowly but surely more blue. In Tennessee, we might have a way to go, but as a nation, things are shaping up in the right direction for a more democratic society, and it's very exciting that we have at least made progress there. And then I will kind of detail like what we did earlier and then what our plan is for the future. So we elected a new board in September, and we've been working very diligently for the presidential elections in November. Our members worked on campaigns on the local, state, and national level. We organized across the state, and it looked very different this year, of course, as we transitioned a lot of our work to virtual organizing. And we hosted multiple phone banks statewide with great turnout for flippable races, and I think that was very successful and something that we will continue in the future. And as far as the Georgia runoff, we had multiple members work for Ossoff and Warnock campaigns respectively, and we also hosted an interactive phone bank that I think was really cool with trivia and prizes, which was just kind of like, I guess, with virtual organizing, I think something that's important is kind of getting people's attention and making it fun, you know, instead of the same old thing. So that event went over very well. And we'd like to continue things like that in the future. And I'm very thankful to our executive board members and just statewide membership for their dedication. And we, like Jordan said, we worked with our other ex officio groups to host the TNDP Chair Candidate Forum, which we are, sadly, my participation in that was a little bit dampened after we had to reschedule. But thank you for all the other ex officio leaders for picking up my slack while I was away. And this past season, we have raised more money than we ever had before. So I would like to thank you to each and every one of you, just like for your encouragement and then support financially as well. And present, like what we're working on currently is we're starting a newsletter statewide, which is something we've of course tried to do in the past, but it's very difficult with like rollover and stuff like that being college students. But we're also working on a Facebook alumni association to help connect our members with past and present and then future members. It's just kind of like a central hub, I guess, to continue our presence. And we're also creating a group on LinkedIn for job opportunities between, like I said, past, present members. And we are also still in the process of chapter recruitment and just rebuilding statewide as our focus is before and after the election changed, as well as keeping our website updated, which is something we haven't been super, I guess, diligent about in the past. And I would just like to give a shout out to our amazing statewide executive board individually, just because none of this could be done without their hard work and dedication. So my vice president, Alex Thornhill, is amazing, as well as our communications director, Maxwell Schulman, director of development, Eric Patton, director of minority affairs, Caitlin Woods, our programs director, Fisher Latham, and our membership director, Muriel Rentes, and our director of political affairs, Olivia Brown. If you know any of them, I'm sure you know that they're all great people and stellar organizers and young leaders, and I'm very proud to work with them. And as far as where we are going, so since the Georgia runoff, we have also shifted our focus again since we're not really working directly on any elections, but we are now starting new chapters across the state, as well as we've been checking in on our active chapters to make sure they have the resources they need and a presence on their respective chapters, and just kind of seeing, you know, like what they want to see from us as an organization. And we want to make sure every college and university in Tennessee has a active chapter. That's obviously our number one goal, just to connect young people with like-minded peers and allow for networking opportunities. We're also working on fundraising and creating more events for when we can meet in person again, because like I said, it's been very difficult during the pandemic, as well as all of you guys understand. And we're working on connecting local chapters with their neighbor chapters for larger events whenever we can get back into stuff in person, as well as creating a caucus system, which is what a lot of members want to see from our organization too. So we're working on that, as well as just setting the groundwork for our future organization, which is, I guess, the boring stuff, but just to allow like transitions of power to happen in our organization and continue the work that we've already done, instead of having the new leadership that's elected in the spring having to start over, just to build a brighter and bluer future for 2022 and any other elections coming up. So I thank you all for your time and support, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have either on this call, or you can reach out to me directly. And again, this will be sent to your guys' inboxes after the call. Thank you.
Thank you, Committeewoman Sage. Are there any questions concerning the College Democrats report? Please press the number 1 on your phone.
Seeing no questions.
Seeing none. Thank you, Maria. Seeing none, we will move on. Item 11 on the agenda is unfinished business. Is there any further, or is there any unfinished business to come before this body? Please press the number 1 on your phone.
I see a hand raised. It is Barbara Wagner. Barbara is unmuted.
Thank you,
Mary Wagner, you are recognized.
Sorry, I apologize. I do not intend to protract this any further. I just want to make sure that there is some provision made for our finance committee and our bookkeeper to help us discern the income and expenses from the last 3-star dinner, because it was such a new model in fundraising. And I'd also like to ask if to get a breakdown for the holiday party that was so wonderfully produced, and what the split for the county parties in the 3-star dinner, include that with the 3-star. Just moving forward, knowing we're going to transition into new people, new you, new everything. I just don't want that information to be lost to us, so we can continue planning for the future.
So noted. Thank you. Any additional unfinished business? Press the number 1 on your phone. Seeing none, the item number 12 on the agenda is new business. The first order of new business are the election of the Tennessee Democratic Party officers. We will begin with the election of the chair, then vice chair, secretary, treasurer, and then the regional vice chairs in the following order: west, middle, and east. As you probably noticed, we have been taking extra time in between, and this is the reason why, because there are some hands that are up. And Maria, let's go ahead and just see if there's. We take time in between, as much time as possible, between 15 and 20 seconds in between asking for people to raise their hands because it's just such an instance like this. So if there is a long pause, it is because we're trying to make up for a lag in the system. We want to just make sure that everybody is heard. So we have a couple of hands that were raised. Don't know if this was part of unfinished business or not, but let's see. Representative Dixie, you are unmuted.
I apologize. I did not mean to hit the button.
That is no problem. Committeeman Usselman, you are unmuted. Did you have something for unfinished business?
No, I had a point of information.
Yes, sir.
How many members of the body are present?
68.
Thank you.
Okay, so as I was saying, we are going to take a little extra time between taking nominations to make sure that we acknowledge all hands that are raised. Hold on one second, please. Committeewoman Vickers, you are unmuted.
Are we at 68 or are we at 67 with the movement we made to remove a member?
With the what, ma'am?
Since we removed one of our executive committee members, are we not at 67?
That is an excellent point. Hold, please. Yes, thank you for bringing that to our attention. We are at 67. Committeewoman Watts, you are recognized.
Very happy. I have the same question about the 67 versus 68. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay, seeing no further hands, the first election will take place will be that of chair for a term of 2 years starting today until January of 2023. Before I open the floor for nominations, I do want to thank everyone who has stepped up to run for this office, and I want to go over the rules that were established previously during the Bylaws Committee report. And the rules for the election and for all the elections to follow are as follows. A candidate must be nominated by an executive committee member. No seconds are required. Nominating speeches will be no more than 1 minute in length. A candidate's acceptance of the nomination should be no more than 1 minute in length. Winning requires a majority of the proverbial 50% plus one of those voting. Voting will be by rounds. If no candidate achieves a majority, the person with the lowest vote total will be dropped, and another round of voting will take place. If there is a tie for lowest vote total, both candidates will be dropped. Voting will be roll call in alphabetical order, including the ex officio members, and at any point in the process, a candidate can withdraw from consideration. We will move for, hold please just 1 second. Okay, the floor is now open for nominations for the office of chair. Please press the number 1 on your phone if you have a nomination.
Jolie Grace Warham has raised her hand and is unmuted.
Yes, Committeewoman Wareham, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mancini. I nominate Hengel Remus for the position of Tennessee Democratic Party Chair.
Thank you. Hengel Remus, do you accept the nomination?
When the story is written about this election, what will it say about you? Now, will it say that you were too attached to the past to see the future? Or will it say that you had the courage to make a difference? Will it say that you felt comfortable with the familiar face and feared the possibility of change? Or will it say that you met this moment? You know, the ending is yet to be determined today, but the beauty of it all is that it's still in your hands. So I'm asking you to put the personal politics aside and believe in your power to help build an organization that delivers for people across this state. I'm asking you to summon the courage that we've had to have as an executive committee on tough choices before. I do accept the nomination, and I need your vote more than ever to help launch our party into the future, because this is not about who the next chair will be. It's about who the Tennessee Democratic Party will be in this moment. This moment will define us, and that's why I'm asking for your vote.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations?
Tanae McLean has raised her hand and is unmuted.
You are recognized, Committeewoman McLean.
Thank you. It is my honor to nominate Robin Kimbrough Hayes for chair today. She will be one of the most qualified chairs that the state party has ever had. She is an attorney and a chaplain who has been serving Tennesseans through her career and her advocacy work around issues of safety, economic opportunity, health, and rights for all people. Now, we all know that she grew up in a trailer park in Lexington, Kentucky, and made her way to the courtrooms in Tennessee, beginning her practice as an assistant attorney general. We talk about doing what Stacey Abrams did in Georgia, and we talk about diversity. This is our time. To flip Tennessee, we have to be for real about change and get rid of the old playbook. Today, the TNDP can show that they can walk the talk by electing a qualified Black woman as chair. Our nation is experiencing change, and so should our party. As Robin would say, we have passion for Tennessee from the hood to the holler. Let's make history together by electing Robert. But no matter who takes office today, poor Black people will continue to suffer. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you, Committeewoman McLean. Are there any additional nominations? Committeeman Cheek, you are recognized. Maria, can you unmute Committeeman Cheek? Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I'm stepping over myself. Committee. Okay. Of course, it had to happen, technical difficulties now, but I am back. If you can hear me, please go ahead and press the number 1 on your phone. Okay, that's good. So we've got, people can hear me, which is great. Okay, now we just need to make sure that we have everyone back on the call who was on the call originally. And it looks like we have some folks who are dialing back in now. So let's go ahead and just give it a minute, make sure that we have everybody. Okay, just so you know, if you are dialing back in, we are back. I'm just giving everyone a minute to dial back in. Just give another minute. Okay, I think we're looking good. Let's give it another minute. People calling back in. Okay. Okay, folks are calling back in. Can somebody please text Tony Campbell, who is trying to reach me on this line, and I cannot pick up on him. So I'm sure that he gets back on. If you are texting with any of your fellow committee members, please just make sure to tell them to just call back into the number. We are getting back in, and we'll start where we left off. We'll go ahead and give a summary of where we are so that we're all on the same page. Okay, we're waiting now. I'll just give it another second. I know you've all waited so long for this moment, but we do need to make sure that we wait a little bit longer to make sure that everybody is back on the call. Just give it another second. This is really important. We want to make sure that everybody who was on the call previously is back on the call, including all the voting members, all of the candidates, and all of the guests. So please just give it another second. In the meantime, I'm going to, Committeewoman Sherman, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, can we restart the nominations, please?
We will start from where we left off, yes.
No, I was asking, can we restart, like start over, because the communications were interrupted. I couldn't hear anything for a while.
So we only got to one nomination, and then the second nomination was Robin Kimber Hayes, and she's about to accept that nomination. And nothing happened after that.
Yeah, I'm saying I didn't hear any of them. I didn't hear the first one. I didn't hear Robin. I didn't hear it. So
Gotcha. Okay. Yes, we can start over again then, yes. Let's give it another second. And we are, Committeewoman Sherman had a great suggestion. We will go ahead and start them over. We're waiting for our secretary to come back in. She will be very important for doing the roll call. Committeeman Brown, you are unmuted. Committeeman Brown. Okay, awesome. Committeeman Clark, you are unmuted. Did you have a question?
Honestly, I was just checking to see that with the new call-in, if I could use the numbers now instead of texting Maria. So I did want to ask if it is possible for us to quickly send a text or an email to the rest of the committee on an emergency basis, because I didn't know to call back in until I checked one of the live streams, because I was just sitting there on the line with it being silent. So that might be why we're having trouble getting some of them back.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that's being done right now. Appreciate that. Okay, we're going to just wait another second. We are making sure that everyone is back on the call. Okay, we're still waiting. I think what would be best is if we went ahead and recalled the roll before we went on with that. This is just too important to leave to chance, making sure that everybody is on this call. So let's go ahead and just give it another minute. Got to make sure that our secretary is on so we can do that. She may be still having technical difficulties. Once that is done, we will go ahead and call the roll, and we will go ahead and restart the nomination process. Okay, just so you know, we are still here, and we are waiting to get the people back on the line who are still having a problem. It looks like I'm being told there are about 3 folks who are still having issues getting back on. But again, once we get back on, we will have Secretary Reed call the roll just to confirm. We want to make sure that everybody is on the call and has their voice heard. In the meantime, it looks like we have a hand up from Committeeman Cameron. You're recognized.
I was just checking to see that we got the feedback on the live, and I just got a note back saying, yes, we can hear Mary now. So nothing to talk about.
Okay. Thank you. Committeeman Langford, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. With us being glued to our devices for since 9, could we take about a 5 minutes for point of personal privilege while things are getting worked out and we know that there will be a silence there?
Yes, this would be a great time to take a break. We will reconvene at, let's say 1:15 Central Time, 2:15 Eastern Time. Please do not hang up your phone. But if you need to stretch, if we were doing this in person, it would be the time when everybody would get up and get another bagel. But unfortunately, we're not. So, but yes, thank you, Committeeman Langford. Appreciate that. We will reconvene at 1:15 Central Time, 2:15 Eastern. Okay, everybody, we are going to get back to it. We've got everybody back again, except for one executive committee person who we're working on. Secretary Reed, you are unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Fantastic. Okay. Can you, while we're waiting for this last person to get on, just be prepared to call the roll again by district? Secretary Reed?
Yes, I can call the roll again by district.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Committeeman Clark, you are unmuted.
I move that we use Maestro hand-raising ability
I'm
to
sorry,
call the roll.
can you say that one more time?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is that better? Okay. I move that we use Maestro's hand-raising ability to call the roll instead of going it by individual to speed this up. We have been at this for well over 4 hours now, and there are quite a few things to still go.
Yes, I understand that. For the sake of transparency, though, we do want to make sure. I mean, we do want to make sure that just everybody is back on the call. But if that's the motion, then is there a second on the motion to not call the roll, just use hand raising? If there's a second, press number 2. Chairman, Committeeman Brown, you are unmuted.
I'd like to second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on whether or not to call the roll again? Please press the number 1 on your phone. Committeewoman Fraley, you are recognized.
Oh, I thought I was voting. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm going to put everybody's hands down. If you would like to discuss whether or not we are going to call the roll, seeing no discussion, we are now voting on whether or not to call the roll. If you would like to call the roll, please sorry, the motion is to not call the roll. If you do not want to call the roll and would rather do it by hand raised, by pressing the number 1 on your phone, please press 1 on your phone right now. If you want us to call the roll, press number 2. Again, if you do not want Secretary Reed to call the roll and just use Maestro's hand-raising system, please press 1. If you would like the roll to be called by voice, please press 2. The motion carries 35 to 26. We will not be calling the roll. Everybody, please put your hands down, or we will put your hands down and clear the board. Put your hands down and clear the board. The motion has passed. If you are a member of the Executive Committee and you are present and would like to vote, please press number 1. Myself and Chris and Maria will go through looking at the board and making sure that everybody is here. instead of calling the roll, and we will announce the number of people who are here. I'm doing it as well just to make sure.
Mary, would you like me to start calling on folks who haven't put their hands up?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
Great. Marjorie Ramsey, I don't see your hand up. Are you there, Marjorie? Marjorie Ramsey? Okay, I can see your hand. Sandy Thomason, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Can you press the number 1 on your phone just so we can make sure it's working? Awesome. Ann Bacchus, are you there?
Yes, and I pressed 1 a couple of times.
Okay, great. There may be an issue if you're not being recognized. If you press it twice, I believe you can turn it on and then off. So if you do have an issue, you can text Maria or myself. I just, Sylvia Woods, I don't show your hand raised. Are you there, Sylvia? Yes. Okay, there we go. Pam Weston. Pam, I think we did not have you down at the beginning of the meeting, but it looks like you're here now.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So that would be for Secretary Reed to add your attendance to the roll. Can you go ahead and press 1, Pam, just so we can make sure it's working? Awesome, thank you. Bobby Bush, Bobby, I don't see your hand raised. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I raised my hand.
Okay, can you press 1 again? There we go. Real Cheek, Committeeman Cheek, I don't show a hand raise from you. Can you press 1 on your phone?
Yeah, I'm here. I'll press 1 again. Here it goes.
Okay,
You got it?
great.
All right.
All right, thank you. Brandon Checkmater, I don't see a 1 from you. Are you there?
I'm
Brandon?
here.
Oh,
I'm here.
perfect.
You hear me?
Yeah, if you could just press 1 on your phone real quick.
Does that work?
That's it. All right, thank you. And Kendra Lee. Kendra, could you hit the 1 on your phone? Awesome. And looks like that is it. It looks like the only changes from previously. Nope. And the person who was missing is back. So it looks
Who
like
was that, please? Who was that, Chris? Who was that?
So Committeeman Don Farmer had not been on the call until recently. He's on. He's pressed 1. And Pam Weston is now on the call. She was not on the call during roll call. So I believe I have to check with Secretary Reed, but I believe we're at 68 members with Pam now on the call.
Okay, we do have one other issue, which is Sue Ann Bone is no longer, it looks like she's no longer on the call. Sue Ann, if you are on the call and can hear my voice, could you go ahead and press number 4 on your phone, because we do not see your name.
Mary, I have a text from Sue Ann Bum that she had to leave the call to attend a funeral.
Okay, thank you. Give me 1 second, please. Counting now, 1, 2, 3. I have a count of 67. Chris and Maria, can you please confirm that?
That's confirmed.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, we are going to go ahead and restart this process of elections for chair. We have a voting body of 67. The floor is now open for nominations for the office of chair. Please press number 1 on your phone if you would like to. If you have a nomination for chair.
Shelley Grace Warham was the first person with their hand up and is unmuted. 1 second to get the unmute. She is unmuted now.
Committee woman, Wareham, you are recognized.
Thank you. I think I messed this up last time, so I'll try again. I nominate Hendrell Remus. It is my pleasure to nominate my colleague, Hendrell Remus, for Tennessee Democratic Party Chair. I've worked with Hendrell for several years through his work as National Committeeman for the Tennessee Young Democrats, and I've consistently been impressed by Hendrell's professionalism, positivity, visionary thinking toward necessary change, and ability to get the work done. Not only does Hendrell bring with him a career of leading large teams toward shared goals in the private sector and higher education, Hendrell also brings with him a wealth of experience in political work, ranging from doing essential debate prep and messaging strategy for Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris, field strategy for Memphis City Councilman J.B. Smiley Jr., being the voice of nearly all of the radio ads for the Nashville Transit Initiative, and commercials and digital ads for various school board and other local races. Hendrell understands the importance of engaging more with Memphis and investing more in our rural parts of our state. He spearheaded our Tennessee Young Democrats candidate recruitment and support strategic planning, a lot of which is centered around winning local races in rural areas. I encourage you to vote for Hendrell Remus for TNDP chair. Thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Remus, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, and out of fairness to the other candidates, because I did give a spiel earlier, I'll just say that, the struggles that our party faced, from technical glitches to connecting with voters from across the state, are more obvious than ever before. But it also highlights the reason I decided to run for party chair, to manage and build a type of organizational infrastructure that functions. And I know that the work ahead is far more important than settling for who or what makes us comfortable. So today I'm asking you for your vote, and so that we can deliver more effective results for our party and for our constituents, because they believe in us and they depend on us.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations?
Tanea McLean is the next person with her hand up and is unmuted.
Hello. Committeewoman McLean, you are recognized.
Thank you. I will give y'all this fire again. It is my honor to nominate Robin Kimbrough Hayes for chair on today. She comes with a very impressive resume, which makes her one of the most qualified chairs that the state would have ever seen. She is an attorney and a chaplain who has been serving Tennesseans through her career, and her advocacy work around issues of safety, economic opportunity, health, and rights for all the people. We all know that she grew up in a trailer park in Lexington, Kentucky, and made her way all the way to the courtrooms in Tennessee, beginning her practice as an assistant attorney general. We talk about doing what Stacey Abrams did in Georgia. We talk about diversity. So Tennessee is our time. If we want to flip Tennessee, we got to be real about change, and we got to come with a new playbook. So today, let's show that we'll walk the talk, TNDP, by electing a qualified Black woman as chair. As Robin would say, we have passion for Tennessee from the hood to the holler. Let's make history together by electing her on today. And again, no matter who takes office on today, poor Black people will continue to suffer, and all Black lives still matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Committeewoman McLean. Ms. Kimbrough Hayes, do you accept the nomination?
I do accept the nomination, and I'm asking for the executive committee to cast a vote for me as your chair. As your chair, I'm going to bring in the healing and the unity that our party so needs. As President-elect Joe Biden stated, that for everything under the sun, there is a time, and he said, now it's time for healing. It's time for healing for our nation, our state, and our party. I'm going to unify our party. We together will unify the party. We will expand the base. We're going to raise lots of money. We're going to make it rain in Tennessee, recruit and support qualified candidates. We're in this together. Passion for Tennessee, from the hood to the holler. Thank you, and I do accept this nomination. What an honor, and thank you, Executive Committee member Tania McLean, for nominating me.
You're welcome, Ruth. Thank you, Ms. Kimbrough Hayes. Are there any further nominations for the position of chair?
The next hand raised is Will Cheek, and he is unmuted.
Oh, thank you very much. This is Will Cheek, and I feel like I have caused this somehow, and maybe I did. I have known Wade Monday, and I'm nominating Wade Monday. I've known Wade since he was a young Democrat. The few of us who are here who were there then will remember Wade and when he was a YD, and we've all gotten to watch him grow up and mature and into a leader who is ready to take charge. He's ready to go from day one. He's raised money for the National Homeless Coalition. He knows about call time. He knows how to do it. He's been a candidate himself, raising $200,000 for a Senate race. He's been chairman of treasurer of the Democratic Party for 4 years. And he knows what compliance is. He is ready to go, and I move his election.
Thank you, Will. Mr. Monday, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do accept the nomination, and no matter who wins this election, I will be working for that candidate. I will be working for our Democratic Party to make sure that we have a better, fairer future. I humbly ask for your vote in this election so that I can lead our fight, so that, as I said in an email earlier, Tennesseans in the midst of this pandemic are fed, have access to life, and are treated equally and justly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monday. Are there any further nominations?
Yes, Isaac Freeman has his hand raised and is unmuted.
Committeeman Freeman, you are recognized.
Thank you. And again, Mary, I just want to say thank you for your leadership and service that you've dedicated to the Tennessee Democratic Party. But it is my distinct pleasure and honor to nominate someone that I've known for, I think, 3 to 4 years now. She is what I would call a spitball with fire. One of the most intelligent people that I love to work with and get advice from time to time. She can be a handful, but I love her dearly. But she, along with 4 of the only African-American candidates that were running for TNDP chair, I am proud to announce and my nomination for chair for Theron C. Bond, and I hope that she accepts this nomination.
Thank you, Committeeman Freeman. Ms. Bond, do you accept the nomination?
If we as the Tennessee Democratic Party are tired of losing and truly serious about diversity and inclusion efforts, the decision made today for the next chair will reflect that. Consider the message that your vote today will send to Tennesseans across this state, future candidates, elected officials, and for those who do the tireless, thankless work to uphold the Democratic Party. If we, as the Tennessee Democratic Party, mean what we say about wanting someone who can win, someone who knows how to organize, someone inspiring, then you shall look no further than myself. We are behind in so many ways in our state and have lots of ground to make up. We are overdue for extinguishing antiquated processes and ideas that don't serve us as members of this party or as Tennesseans in this state. I made history with a representative in Shelby County in 2020, and I hope to make history with all of you and Democrats across this great state in 2021 and beyond. Let's stop talking about the idea of a Stacey and a Georgia and make it a reality with a Theron in Tennessee. My name is Theron C. Bond. I accept this nomination, and I'm running to be the next chair of the Tennessee Democratic Party, and I hope to have your vote.
Thank you, Ms. Bond. Are there any further nominations for the position of chair?
Yes, Chris Anderson has his hand raised and is unmuted.
Thank you. Madam Chair, it is my great honor to nominate Kate Craig for chair of our Tennessee Democratic Party. Kate is the only nominee for chair who has a proven, demonstrable track record of increasing Democratic performance in suburban and rural areas without compromising our democratic values or who we are as a party. She also has experience winning local elections in urban areas, indicating her unique qualifications for this office. Importantly, Kate would be our first LGBTQ chair, demonstrating a new level of inclusion for our party. Kate is the only candidate who traveled across our state during this process to hear the concerns of party members and engage them in conversations about where we go from here and how we make gains as a party in the future. This is evidence of her commitment to be a chair for all 95 counties. It is with great pride and optimism that I nominate Kate Craig for chair of our Tennessee Democratic Party.
Thank you, Committeeman Anderson. Ms. Craig, do you accept the nomination?
Each of us running to be the next TNDP chair stand on the shoulders of those who came before us. Thank you to them and all the progress made under their leadership. Thank you also to the TNDP Executive Committee for your time, effort, and energy each of you give to grow the party and elect Democratic candidates. I've served as chair of the Washington County Democratic Party, chair of the 1st Congressional District, served on the steering committee that formed the TNDP Rural Caucus, and managed Tennessee House District 7 candidate Nancy Fishman's 2016 campaign. My 8-point plan will grow the Tennessee Democratic Party with a focus on an urban, suburban, and rural strategies to ensure all 95 county parties are thriving, to get Democratic candidates elected, to increase fundraising, and to build coalitions across the state. My motorcycle accident and subsequent recovery showed that I have the grit and fortitude to face obstacles, to face adversity, and to move forward with success. Together, we can move the Tennessee Democratic forward, and I proudly accept this nomination. Today, I am asking for your vote.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. Are there any further nominations?
Yes, the next person with a hand raised is Courtney Durrett. You are unmuted.
Committeewoman Durrett, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, I would like to nominate Jane George as a candidate for chair for the Tennessee Democratic Party. Jane ran an admiral campaign for State Senate District 6 and held panels with Democratic candidates of other races, myself included, to build relationships and illustrate strength and unity among Tennessee Democrats. She approaches conflicts and unknowns with open-mindedness and objectivity and exudes solid leadership qualities. Jane possesses the credentials and enthusiasm to make a successful Tennessee Democratic Party chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. George, do you accept the nomination? We cannot hear you.
It looks like her call just dropped.
Okay, if someone could text her, we'll just wait a minute for her to get back in.
Yep.
The silence is up there.
Yeah,
Yep, go ahead. Ms. George, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, thank you, and thank you so much, Courtney. Look, Tennessee is not Georgia, and Tennessee's demographics look nothing like Georgia's do. We must create our own plan to transform our political landscape. Political analysis and political trends will give us guidance to better questions and stronger solutions. I'm the only candidate who's traveled across borders to provide health care to people who have none. I'm the only candidate who loaded up my 4 children. I had 2 foster children at the time, and drove to South Central LA to help in a devastated community following the Rodney King beating. I'm the only candidate who has extensive education in statistical analysis with a graduate of science degree from UCLA. I've run a business, made a payroll, raised children, been an activist, produced a political documentary, and taken 14 finals all in 1 week. Believe me, I can multitask and get her done. In my Senate campaign, I had the endorsements of environmental groups, labor unions, the Senate Democratic Caucus, LGBTQ+ organizations, educators, and one of only 2 candidates that Marquita Bradshaw endorsed. I bring all of this home to my beloved Tennessee, where I was born and raised and where I hope to serve. Together we can lift Tennessee, one Tennessean at a time. Let's get this party started and elect Jane George for Tennessee State Chair of the Democratic Party. Thank you for all the work each and every one of you do every day.
Thank you, Dr. George. Are there any further nominations? Please press the number 1 on your phone.
The next hand raised is Senator Ramesh Asbury, and she is unmuted.
Senator Asbury, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is my absolute pleasure to nominate Sybil Miller-Watkins, who is courageous for rural Tennessee. Sybil was born and raised in Bolivar, Tennessee. It's from a family with a rich legacy of civil rights activism. Sybil recently ran for state senate this past election cycle. She is a member, school board member of the Fayette County Public Schools, and has really done a phenomenal job leading the effort to expand their virtual academy, has been involved with the NAACP, is secretary of the Tennessee Democratic County Chairs Association, and is chair of the Fayette County Democratic Party. She just brings a lot to the table and definitely fills a gap in between our rural and urban areas. So it is my distinct pleasure to nominate Sybil Miller-Watkins for chair.
Thank you, Senator Asbury. Ms. Miller-Watkins, do you accept the nomination?
I do. The nomination is accepted. Thank you, Senator Asbury, for the nomination. We are at a historic inflection point in our democracy that is offering a once-in-a-generation opportunity to change our community, state, and nation. The TNDP can and should be at the hub of that change, educating, registering, and activating Democratic voters by promoting ideals that speak not only to the minds, but also to the hearts of Tennesseans. We must engage and activate all of our communities with purposeful emphasis on our Black and rural areas that have for too long been underserved and underrepresented. By building a message, a team, and ally relationships, we can build the electorate, elect candidates, raise money, and grow our party. Once elected chair, I would suggest that my bonus be tied to fundraising and electoral successes. People are compelled to support and donate to visible electoral vote results. I ask for your vote, and as the first Black woman chair of the TNDP, I know and believe that I can facilitate change for the greater good for our state and our party. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller-Watkins. Are there any further nominations? Please press the number 1 on your phone. I'm giving it a couple more seconds just to make sure there's no lag. Okay. It looks like, sorry, there are no further hands raised. So seeing no more nominations, nominations for the position of chair are now closed. For a position of chair, the following have been nominated: Kendrell Remus, Robin Kimbrough Hayes, Wade Monday, Theron Bond, Kate Craig, Jane George, and Sybil Miller Watkins. We will now be voting on the position of chair. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll in the order that was accepted in the rules for this election?
Order. Okay. Oh, and I would ask if you would please say their whole names, the candidate's whole name. Thank you. Senator Ramesh Akberry. Hello?
We hear you. We cannot hear Senator Akberry.
Okay.
Senator Akberry, you are still on the call, but we cannot hear you.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can.
Okay, sorry. It wasn't working for some reason. I just want to clarify, we are voting right now for the chair.
That's correct.
Okay. On behalf of the Tennessee Senate Democratic Caucus, I am voting for Wade Monday.
Gentry Allen.
Wade Monday.
Chris Anderson.
Kate Craig.
Ann Bassett.
Kendrell Remus.
Kelly Baker Heffley.
Kendrell Remus.
Jasmine Boyd.
Kendrell Remus.
Ernest Brooks.
Remus.
Daniel Brown.
Robin Kimbrough Hayes.
Eric Brown.
Kendrell Remus.
Allison Brownlee.
Kendrell Remus.
Bobby Bush.
Kate Craig.
Just a second. Let me get my eyes straight. Dave Cameron.
Kendrell Remus.
Rachel Cameron. I'm sorry, Rachel Campbell.
Wade Monday.
Tony Campbell.
Wade Monday.
Brian Carson.
Kendrell Remus.
Will Cheek.
Wade Monday.
Jeff Clark.
Proud to cast my vote for Kate Craig.
Christy Cornett.
Kendrell Remus.
Linda Crenshaw.
Wade Monday.
Vincent Dixie.
On behalf of the Democratic House Caucus, I cast my vote for Wade Monday.
Courtney Durrett.
Wade Monday.
Don Farmer.
Wade Monday.
Mark Fair.
Wade Monday.
Betty Fraley.
Wade Monday.
Isaac Freeman.
Kendrell Remus.
Rachel Fuentes.
Robin Kimbrough Hayes.
Rodney Fugate.
Robin Lee Kimbrough Hayes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Robin Lee Kimbrough Hayes.
Arbor Gibbons.
Wade Monday.
Jim Hackworth.
Wade Monday.
George Hanners. I'm sorry.
You mean Craig?
I'm sorry. Greg Hanners. I'm sorry.
Kate Craig.
Debbie Harley McClaskey.
Kate Craig.
Mark Harmon.
Wade Monday.
Derek Harris.
Andrew Remus.
Catherine Heritage.
Since I can no longer vote for my friend Representative Lamar, I will cast my vote for Wade Monday.
Patsy Johnson.
Wade Monday.
Richard Langford.
Robin Kimbrough Hayes.
Kendra Lee.
Kendrell Remus.
Norma Lester. Norma Lester.
Committeewoman Lester, we cannot hear you. You may be on mute on your end.
I'm sorry. Casting the vote for the Federation of Democratic Women, Wade Monday.
Lori Love. Lori Love.
Wade Monday.
Tania McLean.
Robin Kimbrough Hayes.
Sanjeev Mamula.
Wade Monday.
Stephen Miller.
Wade Monday.
Pam Morrow.
Kate Craig.
Adrian Packers Gillen.
Wade Monday.
Marjorie Pomeroy Wallace.
Kendrell Remus.
Amos Powers.
Craig.
Kate Craig.
Yes.
Thank you. Marjorie Ramsey.
Wade Monday.
Deborah Reed. I'm voting for Henry Remus. Merrill Rice.
Wade Monday.
Keely Sage.
Kendrell Remus.
Brandon Shagnader.
Andrew Remus.
Ryan Schofield.
Wade Monday.
Martha Shepherd.
Wade Monday.
Amber Sherman.
Kendrell Remus.
Brandon Thomas.
Kendrell Remus.
Sandy Thomason.
Kate Craig.
Chaz Uffelman.
Wade Mundy.
Cheryl Vickers.
Kendra Remus.
Barbara Wagner.
Wade Monday.
Jody Grace Warren.
Kendra Remus.
Kathy Watts.
Kendra Remus.
Tony Webb.
Wade Monday.
Thomas Wiseman. I'm sorry, Pam Weston.
Kendra Remus.
Thomas Wiseman.
We cannot hear you, Committeeman Wiseman. I'm not sure if you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you now. Yes, sir.
Kendra Remus.
Jordan Wilkins.
On behalf of TDCCA, the Tennessee Democratic County Chairs Association, I cast my vote for Kate Craig.
Tracy Vaught Williams.
Wade Monday.
Sylvia Wood.
Wade Monday.
Is that the full roll call, Secretary Reed?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to put the music back on as we go ahead and tally the votes. We'll be back in a minute.
Chairman Feeney, need to get your attention for a moment. I'm putting the music back on now.
Okay. Okay, I've got it. Thank you. Okay, Secretary Reed, can you please unmute Secretary Reed?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes. Do you have the tally? Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Oh, I'm sorry. One last thing. We do need to take one more vote. Committeewoman Coonrod has joined the call. Can you please unmute Committeewoman Coonrod for your vote?
With Hendria.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
Apple for Hendria.
Did you get that, Secretary Reed?
I did.
Okay. Go ahead.
The tally is Hendrell Remus, 24. Robin Kimbrough Hayes, 5. Wade Monday, 30. Sharon Bond, 0. Kate Craig, 9. Jane George, 0. Sybil Miller Watkins, 0.
Thank you so much for that. The totals say that Dr. George, Ms. Sybil Miller Watkins, and Mr. Bond Ms. Bond are tied for the lowest vote totals. They are eliminated from the next round. Per the rules established, if any other candidate would like to drop out now, please go ahead and press the number 1 on your phone to be recognized.
Kate Craig has raised her hand and is unmuted.
Ms. Craig, you are recognized.
Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity to serve the Tennessee Democratic Party, and I will always work to continue to move the party forward and elect Democratic candidates. I would like to officially withdraw my bid to serve as the next TNDP chair and endorse Hendrell Remus. Hendrell has been the other candidate in the race who I've continued to be impressed by his ideas and his proven track record. Therefore, I encourage the TNDP Executive Committee members to vote for Hendrell Remus.
Thank you for your willingness to serve and for stepping up, Ms. Craig. Are there any other candidates that would like to withdraw? Please press the number 1 on your phone.
Robin Kimbrough Hayes has raised her hand and is being unmuted.
I want to thank everyone for this opportunity to seek the position of chair, and I'm going to withdraw my name, and I want to thank the 5 people who voted for me and believed in me for this position, and I want to say I appreciate having conversations with all the executive committee members, and know that I will be here working for our state. Passion for Tennessee does not go away, and I'll be around from the hood to the holler. And I will support Hendrell Remus for this position because I believe that we need change around our state. But whoever this is, if it's Wade or it's Hendrell, I will be around to help, and I will be announcing my next move soon. Thank you. Passion for Tennessee.
Thank you, Ms. Kimbrough Hayes, and thank you for stepping up. Okay, we're moving on to the, I'm sorry, we do have a hand raised. Committeeman Langford, you are recognized.
I had gotten bumped off, and I am now on, so thank you.
Awesome, we got you, thank you. We'll now move on to the second round of voting for chair. No candidate has received the majority, and we now have 2 candidates left. The vote now will be between Hendrell Remus and Wade Monday. The next round of voting will be between Hendrell Remus and Wade Monday. Secretary Reed, please call the roll.
Ramesh Agberry.
Monday.
Gentry Allen.
Wade Monday.
Chris Anderson.
Chairman Hendrell Remus.
Ann Backus.
Hendrell Remus.
Kelly Baker Heffley.
Hendrell Remus.
Jasmine Boyd.
Hendrell Remus.
Ernest Brooks.
Remus.
Daniel Brown.
Remus.
Eric Brown.
Hendrell Remus.
Allison Brownlee.
Hendrell Remus.
Bobby Bush.
Wade Monday.
Dave Cameron.
Hendrell Remus.
Rachel Campbell.
Wade Monday.
Tony Campbell.
Wade Monday.
Brian Carson.
Hendrell Remus.
Will T.
Wade Monday.
Jeff Clark.
Mr. Hendrell Remus.
Demetrius Coonrod.
Hendrell Remus.
Chris Cornett. Christy Cornett.
Hendrell Remus.
Linda Crenshaw.
Wade Monday.
Vincent Dempsey.
Wade Monday.
Courtney Durrett.
Wade Monday.
Don Farmer.
Wade Monday.
Mark Fair.
Wade Monday.
Betty Fraley.
Wade Monday.
Isaac Freeman.
Hendrell Remus.
Rachel Fuentes.
Hendrell Remus.
Rodney Fugate.
Hendrell Remus.
Aubrey Gibbons. Aubrey Gibbons.
Wade Monday.
Jim Hackworth.
Wade Monday.
Greg Hanners.
Hendrell Remus.
Debbie Harlan McClaskey.
Hendrell Remus.
Mark Harmon.
Wade Monday.
Derek Harris.
Hendrell Remus.
Catherine Heritage.
Wade Monday.
Patsy Johnson.
Wade Monday.
Richard Langford.
Wade Monday.
Kendra Lee. Kendrell Remus.
Norma Lustre.
Kendrell Remus. Lori Love.
Wade Monday.
Tania McClain.
Kendrell Remus.
Sanjeev Mamula.
Kendrell Remus.
Stephen Miller.
Wade Mundy.
Pam Morrow.
Kendrell Remus.
Adrian Packus Gillen.
Wade Monday.
Marjorie Pomeroy Wallace.
Kendrell Remus.
Amos Powers.
Kendrell Remus.
Marjorie Ramsey.
Wade Monday.
Deborah Reed votes for Kendrell Remus. Merle Rice.
Wade Monday.
Keely Sage.
Kendrell Remus.
Brendan Schecknader.
Kendrell Remus.
Ryan Schofield.
Wade Mundy.
Martha Shepard.
Wade Monday.
Amber Sherman.
Kendrell Remus.
Brandon Thomas.
Kendrell Remus.
Sandy Thomason.
Wade Monday.
Chaz Uppelman.
Wade Monday.
Cheryl Vickers.
Kendrell Remus.
Barbara Wagner.
Wade Monday.
Shirley Grace Warren.
Kendrell Remus.
Kathy Watts.
Kendrell Remus.
Tony Webb.
Wade Monday.
Pam Weston.
Kendrell Remus.
Thomas Wisenant.
Kendrell Remus.
Jordan Wilkins.
Wade Monday.
Tracy Ball Williams.
Wade Monday.
Sylvia Woods.
Wade Monday.
That concludes the roll call.
Thank you. We will go ahead and put the music back on as we tally the votes. Yes, we're back. Please go ahead and unmute Secretary Reed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Secretary Reed.
For Hendel Remus, the total is 36. And for Wade Monday, total is 32.
Thank you, Secretary Reed. Hendrell Remus has received the majority of the votes and will now serve as chair for the Tennessee Democratic Party. Congratulations, Hendrell. Could you please unmute him?
Give me a second. My little ones are ecstatic over here. Just a second.
Sure, congratulations.
Thank you. And I'm looking forward to continuing the work that you were doing and building the party back better in the spirit of the president-elect. I'm ready to get to work.
That's great. Thank you, Hendrell. And I do need to swear you in, and then you will take over the meeting.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Thank you. Just raise your right hand.
All right.
And repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Hendrell Remus,
solemnly swear that I will faithfully fulfill the duties of Chair of the State Executive Committee
as Chair of the State Executive Committee
for the Tennessee Democratic Party. And that I will obey the Constitution and laws of the United States of America and of the state of Tennessee, so help me God. Congratulations.
Thank you, outgoing Chair Mancini. Before we continue the meeting, I want to take a minute of personal point of personal privilege. And to those of you who supported me in this effort and bestowed your trust in me, I'm extremely grateful. To those of you who supported other candidates, I will work as hard as I can over the next 2 years to earn your trust. Now, to those candidates who sought this job and shared so many great ideas during this process, I look forward to working with each of you. Now, to every member of this committee, Democratic voter and Democratic stakeholder, I will always serve our party with pride and humility, striving each day to always produce excellence, accountability, and growth as we embark on this new journey from the inner city neighborhoods through the rural back roads and mountainous valleys across Tennessee. I am humbled and elated at the opportunity to serve as the Tennessee Democratic Party chair. Now, this is not just a moment of accomplishment for my family and I, but a historic moment for our party and indeed for our state. But let there be no doubt about it. The road ahead will be tough and full of unknown obstacles, but I'm convinced that if we're willing to work together, then we will succeed. At the completion of this call, we will begin a full assault on the radical hypocrisy and reckless obstruction being carried out by Republicans in Nashville and in Washington. Inept politicians who have only gotten richer, more deceitful, and more out of touch than ever before. We will begin to rewrite the narrative and ask voters in every county and every corner of our state to give the Tennessee Democratic Party a shot at righting these Republican wrongs. We will prove that we are the party that will always put people first, because we understand the struggles of Tennesseans working overtime but are still broke at the end of the week. We know what it means to get a new job but not be able to afford the required work boots. We know the hardship of barely being able to afford a decent meal from the local Walmart. We understand the stress of living in the shadows of unequal treatment if you're a member of the LGBTQ or immigrant communities. We know the injustices faced by African Americans and the fears faced by decent folks who've been manipulated into believing that anyone who doesn't look like, pray like, or love like them are somehow not worthy of fair treatment. But we've got a lot of work to do. But I'm more hopeful than I've ever been before for our party that we'll get it done and that we'll grow our party forward in ways never imagined. So with that being said, what's the next item on the list, Chris? The next race on the list?
The next race is going to be for vice chair, Chairman.
All right. Are we continuing with the same rules, Maria?
Yes, the same rules are going to apply for the election.
Bear with me a second. Let me pull these rules up so that I can reiterate them, so that they're clearly articulated to the next set of candidates.
Absolutely. And just to let you know, since you're not able to see the dashboard, when you call for nominations, I'll be able to see the folks who have raised their hand, and then I'll simply unmute them in order one at a time so you can recognize them and let them make their nomination.
All right, perfect. Try to get to this a little bit quicker than we've gotten through some of these other items today. All right, so let's begin with, are there any nominations for vice chair?
I have a hand raised for Sylvia Wood.
Okay.
And Sylvia is unmuted.
Okay, thank you. And congratulations, Chairman Hendrell Remus, and great speech.
Thank you.
A new chair is going to need experienced committee person to sit in the highest position for an executive committee member. Barbara Wagner is a person with county experience, including being county chair, state experience, including serving as the regional vice chair for past 6 years, and she comes from a rural county. Knowledge of and has done trainings for Vote Builder for county parties, constantly does precinct organizing, has recruited candidates and poll workers for many years, has set up county parties and actively served on county party development committee, chairs the website committee, which has been a challenge as she helps county parties set up their own sites through TNDP, uses social media tools, dedicate much time and effort to supporting candidates in Tennessee, South Carolina, and Georgia, works with recruiting and training volunteers, and donates to candidates and parties, including TNDP. For all these reasons, I nominate Barbara Wagner for TNDP Vice Chair, and I would appreciate consideration of a vote.
Thank you. Is Barbara on the call?
She is.
Barbara, do you accept the nomination?
I certainly do. I want to first thank Sylvia Woods for her nomination. She makes me sound really awesome. I've spoken to many of you personally to ask for your vote of support over the last few days, left many messages, and engaged in very thoughtful conversations. Having been through this change of administration a few times, I want to assist our new chair, congratulations, Hendrell, in acclimating to this very complex position to help ease this transition for all of us.
We have initiated several essential programs recently, and they need to be expanded. So organizing is in my blood, building community in our efforts and moving the ball toward an established goal. Having served as regional vice chair, I believe I am uniquely qualified to serve in this role and pledge to diligently apply my skills to the benefit of TNDP. I humbly ask for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations?
Isaac Freeman has his hand raised and is unmuted.
Thank you, Maria, and congratulations, Chairman. It is with my distinct honor and pleasure to nominate Kendra Lee as Vice Chair. This young lady is what I would call a bona fide Democrat. She eats and sleeps organizing. She is passionate about getting Democrats elected on both the local, state, and federal level. So much so that she even helped on the All-Soft campaign as much as she possibly could. And a few weeks ago, with the help of Kim, we were able to get the Senate. So I implore each and every DC member to consider Kendra Lee for this wonderful position, to help Kendra lead the party in a new direction. Thank you.
All right, is Kendra on the call?
I'm here, Chairman.
Kendra, you're recognized. Do you accept the nomination?
Absolutely. It would be an honor to serve alongside Chairman Rivas as your vice chair. As has been mentioned before, ever since relocating home from law school in 2016 back to Memphis, I have dedicated my life's work to organizing in our state and across our nation to help Democrats be the very best version of ourselves that we can be. I feel as though in the vice chair role, I am here to serve the duties as Chairman Rivas needs me to do. But also, I really want to be able to take this vice chair position and really focus on having a 95-county strategy of how we are able to organize our voters. How are we going to increase voter registration in each of our counties? What does the candidate recruitment and candidate support look like across all 95 counties? What are we looking at to bring opportunities to bring in the voters so that we can get the population shift that we need across all 95 counties? We know that the power of the people is here. We know that we have the strategies that we can be able to implement. And I do think that as we are on the horizon of a new direction in the Tennessee Democratic Party, I would love to have the opportunity to work in leadership as your vice chair to get that accomplished. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Kendra. Are there any further nominations for vice chair?
Jasmine Boyd has her hand raised and is now unmuted.
Jasmine, you recognized?
I'm sorry, I think that was an error.
Okay. We'll give it a few minutes. Is there any further nominations for vice chair? Maria, you have any hands?
Not seeing any hands right now, nope.
Okay, seeing there are none, we will begin the voting process. Secretary Reed.
I'm ready.
We will continue in the same alphabetical order that we did the chairs race in. And
Okay.
it is on you.
All right. Senator Agnew.
Kendra Lee.
Gentry Allen.
Barbara Wagner.
Chris Anderson. Chris Anderson.
Barbara Wagner.
Ann Backus.
Barbara Wagner.
Kelly Baker Heffley.
Kendra Lee.
Jasmine Boyd.
Kendra Lee.
Ernest Brooks.
Lee.
Daniel Brown.
Barbara Wagner.
Eric Brown.
Kendra Lee.
Allison Brownlee.
Barbara Wagner.
Bobby Bush.
Barbara Wagner.
Dave Campbell.
Kendra Lee.
Rachel Campbell.
Wagner.
Say again, please.
Barbara Wagner.
Thank you. Tony Campbell.
Barbara Wagner.
Brian Carson.
Barbara Wagner. Oh, no. Well, that's interesting.
Will Cheek.
Barbara Wagner.
Jeff Clark.
Kendra Lee.
Demetrius Coonrod. Demetrius.
I'm sorry.
Coonrod.
Demetrius has fallen back off the call.
Okay. Christy Cornett.
Kendra Lee.
Linda Crenshaw.
Barbara Wagner.
Vincent Dixie.
Kendra Lee.
Courtney Durrett.
Courtney had to leave the call as well.
Okay. Don Farmer.
Barbara Wagner.
Mark Farah.
Barbara Wagner.
Betty Fraley.
Barbara Wagner.
Isaac Raymond.
Kendra Lee.
Rachel Fuentes.
Montanoid. Barbara Wagner.
Ryan Fugate.
Barbara Wagner.
Aubrey Gibbons.
Barbara Wagner.
Jim Hackett.
Barbara Wagner.
Will Tanner.
Kendra Lee.
Debbie Harley McClaskey.
Kendra Lee.
Mark Harmon.
Barbara Wagner.
Garrett Harris.
Kendra Lee.
Catherine Herdis.
Kendra Lee.
Patsy Johnson.
Barbara Wagner.
Richard Langston.
Barbara Wagner.
Kendra Lee.
Kendra Lee.
Norma Lester.
To this number are being screened by Smart Call Blocker. If you're a family member, friend, or invited caller, please press pound to be connected. If you're a solicitor,
Norma Lester.
Barbara Wagner.
sorry,
Lori Love.
Barbara Wagner.
Cindy McLean.
Kendra Lee, please.
Sanjay Mamula.
Kendra Lee.
Stephen Miller.
Barbara Wagner.
Pam Morrow.
Kendra Lee.
Adrian Pappas Gill.
Barbara Wagner.
Marjorie Pomeroy Wallace.
Kendra Lee.
Amos Powers.
Kendra Lee.
Marjorie Ramsey.
Barbara Wagner.
Deborah Reed, I'm voting for Kendra Lee. Merrill Rice.
Barbara Wagner.
Keely Sage. Keely?
Oh, sorry. Barbara Wagner.
Brandon Schecknader.
Kendra Lee.
Ryan Schofield.
Barbara Wagner.
Martha Shepherd.
Barbara Wagner.
Amber Sherman.
Kendra Lee.
Brandon Thomas.
Kendra Lee.
Sandy Thomason.
Barbara Wagner.
Cass Uppelman.
Kendra Lee.
Cheryl Vickers.
Barbara Wagner.
Barbara Wagner.
Barbara Wagner.
Shirley Grace Warren.
Kendra Lee.
Kathy Watt.
Kendra Lee.
Tony Webb.
Barbara Wagner.
Pam Weston.
Barbara Wagner.
Tom Wiseman. Thomas Wiseman.
Kendra Lee.
Jordan Wilkins.
Kendra Lee.
Tracy Bott Williams.
Barbara Wagner.
Sylvia Wood.
Barbara Wagner.
That concludes the roll call.
Thank you. Chris and Maria and Madam Secretary, let's count the votes.
Okay.
Y'all bear with us a moment. Maria, I'm going to call you from my other cell phone.
Okay, sounds good. Would you like me to go ahead and put the music on?
Yes, please.
Yes.
All right, Madam Secretary, do you have the vote totals?
Wagner 37, Lee 29.
Right. Congratulations, Vice Chair Barbara Wagner. We will move on to the next election. Next election is for secretary. Are there any nominations for secretary?
I
Do we have anything on
have
the
a
board?
hand. Yep, we have a hand raised for Norma Lester, and she is unmuted.
Yes, I'm going to nominate Pam Weston. Of course, she is the president of my organization, but beyond that, Pam is very dedicated, loyal, and I think everyone knows how hard she works and how she tends to get herself into overload. But she's very committed, she's very dedicated, and I think that she'll serve very well in that role.
Thank you. Pam on the call.
Yep, Pam is on the call and being unmuted now.
Pam, you're recognized. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes, it would be my pleasure. As you all know, I've served on the committee for 2 years, and it's been the honor of my life to work along with you all. And I'm so excited about going forward. And of course, all of us know what the secretary's role is, but I think one of the biggest things that will happen going forward as far as the secretary is, as a member of the leadership team, I really would like to support our new chair and help with the planning and make sure that in the future we get Democrats elected. And I would be honored to follow the wonderful secretaries that we've had in the past and look forward to serving all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for secretary?
I do not see any hands at this time.
Let's give it just a few more.
We have one hand
seconds.
that has come up. One moment here. Christy Cornett's hand is raised, and she is unmuted.
Christy Cornett, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Isaac Freeman to be our secretary. He is district committeeman for District 33, and he is also has the experience of being a secretary for the Tennessee Young Democrats. So I would ask that you would vote for him.
Thank you. Is Isaac on the call?
Yes, he is.
I am.
Isaac, do you accept the nomination?
I would have to respectfully decline the nomination. Thank you, Christy. I respect the leadership of Pam Weston, and I know that she will work tirelessly to help move the party forward, along with the leadership of Chairman Hendrell.
Thank you.
We
Are
have
there
a
any
hand
further nominations? Go ahead.
We do have a hand up with Chris Anderson, and he is unmuted.
Chris, you recognized?
Yeah. In regards to nominations for secretary, I would like to move that we cease nominations and elect Pam Weston by acclamation.
And at this time,
And that
people
there's a
are pressing
motion.
number 2.
Yep. Since that there is a motion to elect Pam by acclamation, Maria, go ahead. If yes, press 1. If you agree with this, if not, press 2.
Chairman, it looks like we have 52 yes votes and 1 no vote.
Congratulations, Secretary Weston. Let's move on to the next election. The next election is for treasurer. Are there any nominations for the position of treasurer?
I have Sylvia Woods has raised her hand, and she is unmuted.
And this doesn't have to do with treasurer. This has to do with the secretary. You said about 1 for something and two was no. And we were told at the beginning of the meeting that if you second the motion, you punch number 2 to second the motion. So you didn't get a second on that. I punched 2, and then I guess it was recorded as a no, which is not what I wanted. So we need to know.
Duly recognized. So let's go back. Let's go back. This is my first day on the job. Let's go back.
I know it, and I know it. But if I don't train you right the first time, we don't want to go do it 2 or 3 times.
It's fine. Maria, mute everybody again. There's a motion to elect Pam Weston by acclamation. Is there a second on this motion?
Yes, Brian Schofield has raised his hand and is unmuted.
Brian, you recognize?
I second the motion. Sorry about that. I second the motion, my friend Pam Weston.
Thank you. Maria, clear all hands from the board.
All hands are clear.
And Maria, you can walk us through this. Is 1 for yes and 1 for yes, 3 for no, or what's the number? Yes, what's the number that they're pressing here?
They want to press 1 for yes and 2 for no.
If you want to select Pam Weston by acclamation, you would vote yes for 1 and no with 2.
Chairman, we have a unanimous showing of hands for yes.
And Weston has been unanimously selected as secretary. Congratulations, Pam. Moving to the next election. Are there any nominations for the position of treasurer?
Meryl Rice has raised her hand and is unmuted.
Thank you. This is Meryl. Thank you, Chairman Remus. This is Meryl Rice, District 26, and I am proud to nominate my friend Carol Abney for treasurer. Carol is a CPA from Salina who is well qualified for this position. As a CPA, she's basically a financial lawyer, and she believes that she has a fiduciary duty to her clients and to the organizations in which she's involved. And she's very conscientious about keeping her CPE hours up and her ethics hours up each year in order to retain her CPA license. Additionally, and importantly, she is a faithful Democrat, having run for a state rep in a terribly red district, District 38. And those of you who know Carol know how feisty she can be. She stands up for what she believes in. She's been a vocal advocate for the expansion of Medicaid, and she's spoken up for saving our rural hospitals and for ensuring health care services for underserved populations. It is my honor to nominate Carol Abney for treasurer.
Thank you, Committeewoman. Is Carol on the call?
She is. So hi,
Carol,
can you hear me?
Yes, you're recognized. Do you accept the nomination?
I accept the nomination, and thank you all so much for being here. Congratulations to the people that have been elected. I'm so excited to move forward. The reason I volunteered to run for treasurer of the Tennessee Democratic Party is because I feel compelled to do the most I can do to ensure our success going forward. I want to add value to our organization with my expertise, and I also want to be more involved so that I can offer a perspective to leadership from a true rural Tennessean that's run in a red district 2 times for State House. After what happened last week at the Capitol, I'm committed to helping save and protect our democracy and continuing to help build trust with all of our members across the state of Tennessee. I look forward to working with everyone to move our Tennessee Democratic Party forward together, and I'm asking you for your vote for treasurer. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Are there any other further nominations for a treasurer?
Chairman, I'm seeing no hands raised at this time.
Is there a motion to elect Carol Abney by acclamation?
I do see a hand raised. Carol Vickers.
This is Cheryl Vickers, District 15. I move to elect Carol Abney by acclamation.
Is there a second on the motion?
I see Kelly Baker Hepsley's hand raised.
Committeewoman Hepler, you are recognized.
I second that motion.
If you would like to vote by acclamation on Carol Abney for treasurer, press 1. If you would not like to vote for Carol Abney as treasurer, press 2.
Chair Remus, we have 57 yes votes and 0 no votes.
Congratulations, Treasurer Abney. We are moving into the next elections. The regional vice chair positions, which were selected by lottery, correct?
Yes, they were.
Maria? The first election on that list is the West Regional Vice Chair, female. Are there any nominations for this position?
Yes. Senator Ramesh Asbury has her hand raised.
Can you repeat that, Maria?
Yes, Senator Ramesh Asbury has her hand raised.
Senator Asbury, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I did not have my phone with me. I was trying to make sure I was recorded as a yes vote for the previous vote.
Okay, thank you. Maria, can we clear all hands from the board?
All hands are cleared.
Are there any nominations for West Regional Vice Chair female? Please press 1.
We have a hand raised. Isaac Freeman has raised his hand.
Isaac, Committeeman Freeman, you're recognized.
I'd like to nominate Jasmine Boyd for Regional Vice Chair of West Tennessee.
Is Jasmine on the line?
Yes, she is.
Committeewoman Boyd, you're recognized.
Of Isaac for West Tennessee Regional Vice Chair, female.
Do you accept the nomination? You broke up there a bit.
Yes. Oh, yes, I enthusiastically accept the nomination.
Thank you.
I do see a hand raised. Senator Ramesh Asbury is unmuted.
Senator Agberry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we cease all nominations and accept, Jasmine Boyd by acclamation.
Is there a second on that motion?
Yes, Kendra Lee has her hand raised and is unmuted.
Committeewoman Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you. I wholeheartedly second the motion.
All in favor of Committeewoman Jasmine Boyd as West Regional Vice Chair, press 1 on your phone. All not in favor, press 2 on your phone.
Chair Remus, we have 54 votes for yes, 0 votes for no.
Congratulations, Vice Chair Boyd. Moving on to the next election, West Regional Vice Chair male. Are there any nominations for this position?
Yes, I have a hand raised. Deborah Reed.
Committeewoman Reed, you recognized?
I'm unmuted.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes. Dave Cameron is like James Brown, the hardest working, most dedicated worker I have known. He has a wealth of knowledge about politics and organizing and checks all the boxes as candidate, recruiter, campaign worker, caucus chair, Dem Club president, funder, and fundraiser. I personally rely on Dave to provide me his insight and knowledge, and he always takes my call. It's my pleasure to nominate Dave Cameron for West Regional Vice Chair, male.
Thank you, Committeewoman Reed. Is Dave Cameron on the line?
Yes.
Committeeman Cameron, you are recognized. Do you accept the nomination?
Enthusiastically, although I'm not sure I can live up to everything Deborah just said, but I will say I'm bored, I'm retired, and I got oodles of time, so I'm ready to get working with all the new players.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations for Regional Vice Chair male?
Jasmine Boyd's hand was raised. Hi, I was going to move that we suspend the nominations and elect Dave by acclamation.
Is there a second on the motion?
Cheryl Vickers' hand is raised. I would like to second that motion, please.
All right. Will we clear all hands on the board?
Hands are clear.
All in favor of Committeeman Dave Cameron for West Regional Vice Chair male, press 1. All not in favor, press 2.
Chair Remus, I see 55 yes votes and 0 no votes.
Congratulations, Vice Chair Cameron. Moving on to the next election, Middle Regional Vice Chair female. Are there any nominations for this position?
I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Try it again. Middle Regional Vice Chair female. Are there any nominations for this position?
I do have a hand raised. Eric Brown.
Eric, you are recognized. Committeeman Brown, you are recognized.
Can you hear me, Chair?
I can hear you now.
I'd like to nominate Catherine Herregas, please. Herregas, please.
Is Catherine on the line?
She is, Chairman.
Committeewoman Herregas, you are recognized. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Are there any further nominations for Middle Regional Vice Chair female?
Yes, Chair. Gentry Allen has his hand raised.
Committeeman Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. That was a mistake on my part.
All right. Are there any further nominations for Middle Regional Vice Chair female?
Yes, Chairman Greg Hanners has his hand raised.
Committeeman Hanners, you are recognized.
No, I'm sorry, that was an accident.
Ryan Schofield has his hand raised.
Committeeman Schofield, you recognized.
I move that the nominating process ends and that we vote for Catherine by acclamation.
Is there a second?
Mark Harmon has his hand raised.
You are recognized.
I am seconding the motion.
Thank you. All in favor of electing Middle Regional Vice Chair female Committeewoman Catherine Herregas, press 1. All not in favor, press 2.
Chair Remus, I see 50 hands raised for yes, 1 hand raised for no.
Congratulations, Vice Chair Herregas. Moving to the next election, Middle Regional Vice Chair male. Are there any nominations for this position? Middle Regional Vice Chair male.
Gentry Allen has his hand raised.
Thank you, Maria. First of all, I'd like to take a point of personal privilege to thank all of my colleagues on this committee for allowing me to serve in this position for the last 2 years. I've really enjoyed it. Furthermore, I want to congratulate our new chair. I'm really excited to get to know you better and work with you to move forward. And thank you for former Chairwoman Mancini. She has become a great friend over the last 4 years. So I don't know if she's still on the call, but I just wanted to thank her in a public forum. With that being said, I really feel it's important to give others an opportunity to serve, and therefore I would like to nominate Mr. Brandon Thomas.
Is Committeeman Thomas on the call?
Yes, he is.
Committeeman Thomas, you are recognized. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Are there any further nominations? Middle Regional Vice Chair male position?
Catherine Herregas has her hand raised and is unmuted.
Committeewoman Vice Chair Herregas, you are recognized. Vice Chair Herregas, we can't hear you if you're talking.
Sorry, I couldn't figure out my phone. I nominate Committeeman Brown. He has been similar to Representative Dixie, a chair of New Leaders Council Nashville. He works in the Nashville Mayor's Office. He worked on the Bredesen campaign, and he has been a good Democrat for many years. I nominate Committeeman Eric Brown.
Is Committeeman Brown still on the line?
Yes, he is, Chair.
Committeeman Brown, you recognize. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are there any further nominations for Middle Regional Vice Chair male position?
Chris Anderson has his hand raised.
Committeeman Anderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I put my hand down and withdraw.
All right. Are there any further nominations? Middle Regional Vice Chair.
Harmon. Mark Harmon has his hand raised.
You are
Mark Harmon now puts his hand down.
Right. Seeing that there are none, Maria, who are the two candidates?
We have Brandon Thomas and Eric Brown.
All in favor of Brandon Thomas, press 1. Let me walk this back again. Will we vote by roll call for this position?
Yes, so rules voted on were to vote by roll call alphabetical for all offices.
Okay. Madam Secretary, are you ready?
Raj Agberry. Senator Agberry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Okay, Brown.
Gentry Allen.
Brandon Thomas.
Chris Anderson.
Brandon Thomas.
Ann Backus.
Brandon Thomas.
Rebecca Heffley.
Eric Brown.
Jasmine Boyd.
Eric Brown.
Ernest Brooks. Ernest Brooks.
I'm sorry, Ernest Brooks is now off the call.
Daniel Brown.
Eric Brown.
Eric Brown.
Eric Brown.
Allison Brownlee.
Eric Brown.
Bobby Bush.
Brandon Thomas.
Dave Cameron.
Eric Brown.
Rachel Campbell. Rachel Campbell.
Brandon Thomas. Did you hear me?
Yes, I did. Tony Campbell.
Thank you.
Tony Campbell.
Tony Campbell is off the call at this time.
Brian Carson.
Abstain.
You abstain? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Will T.
Brandon Thomas.
Jeff Clark.
Eric Brown.
Demetrius Coonrod.
No longer on the call.
Christy Cornett.
Brandon Thomas.
Linda Crenshaw.
Brandon Thomas.
Vincent Dixie.
Eric Brown.
Courtney Durrett.
Brandon Thomas.
Don Farmer.
Brandon Thomas.
Mark Fair.
Brandon Thomas.
Betty Fraley. Betty Fraley.
Brandon Thomas.
Isaac Freeman.
Brandon Thomas.
Rachel Fuentes.
Brandon Thomas.
Rodney Fugate.
Brandon Thomas.
Aubrey Gibbons.
Brandon Thomas.
Tim Hackworth.
Brandon Thomas.
Greg Hanners.
Brandon Thomas.
Carly McClaskey.
Brandon Thomas.
Mark Harmon.
Brandon Thomas.
Catherine Harrigus.
Eric Brown.
Okay. Sorry, Derek, I skipped you. Derek Harris.
He's no longer on the call.
Thank you. Patsy Johnson.
Brandon Thomas.
Richard Langford.
Brandon Thomas.
Kendra Lee. Kendra Lee. Norma Lester.
Eric Brown.
Lori Love.
Brandon Thomas.
Tanea McLean.
Is no longer on the call.
Okay. Sanju Mamula.
Abstain.
Okay. Stephen Miller.
Brandon Thomas.
Pam Morrow.
Brandon Thomas.
Adrian Packers Gillen.
Brandon Thomas.
Marjorie Pomeroy Wallace.
Eric Brown.
Amos Powers.
Brandon Thomas.
Marjorie Ramsey.
Brandon Thomas.
Deborah Reed votes for Brandon Thomas. Merle Rice.
Brandon Thomas.
Brandon
Sorry,
Shedney.
Secretary Reed, I muted you accidentally. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Keely Sage.
Brandon Thomas.
Brandon Shednader.
Brandon Thomas.
Ryan Schofield.
Brandon Thomas.
Martha Shepherd.
Brandon Thomas.
Amber Sherman.
Brandon Thomas.
Brandon Thomas.
Brandon Thomas.
Sandy Thomason.
Brandon Thomas.
Chad Upperman.
Hello, Eric Brown.
Eric Brown. Okay, thank you. Cheryl Vickers.
Brandon Thomas.
Barbara Wagner.
Brandon Thomas.
Jody Grace Warren. Jody Grace Warren.
Brandon Thomas.
Kathy Watt.
Brandon Thomas.
Tony Webb.
Brandon Thomas.
Pam Weston.
Brandon Thomas.
Brandon Thomas.
Jordan Wilkins.
Brandon Thomas.
Tracy Ball Williams.
Brandon Thomas.
Sylvia Woods.
Brandon Thomas.
Let me count these up. And
Secretary,
I'll be right back.
Secretary,
Yes.
I'm sorry, this is Media. It looks like we missed Kendra Lee in our muting and unmuting. Can you recall Kendra Lee? I'm unmuting her now.
Okay, Kendra Lee. Kendra?
We have her. She is unmuted on our end.
Kendra, you voting?
Hello? Brandon Thomas. Yes. Can you hear me? I can. Okay. Eric Brown.
Secretary Reed, was that you with the roster? For real, are we having technical difficulties over there with Secretary Reed?
We are at the end of the roll call. While she counts the votes, we can go ahead and put the music on if you like.
Yep. Put the music on.
Thank you.
Secretary Reed, do you have the vote totals?
Yes. Eric Brown, 14. Brandon Thomas, 47.
Two abstentions, correct?
I'm sorry?
Do we have two abstentions?
Oh, you did have abstentions. I'm sorry. 2 abstentions. Mm-hmm.
All right, congratulations, Middle Regional Vice Chair Thomas. Moving on to the next election, East Regional Vice Chair female. Are there any nominations for this position?
Barbara Wagner's hand is raised.
Recognize Committeewoman Wagner.
Good afternoon. I know we've been at this a long time, but it's been a very productive day. I rise to nominate Committeewoman Lori Love from Senate District 4. She has been by my side through many of the trainings that we've done in East Tennessee. She's skilled, she's knowledgeable, she works closely with her county parties. She will work with whomever is elected in the male position, I am quite sure. And I think I can easily pass the torch to her in that role with confidence that she will execute her duties superbly. Thank you.
Is Committeewoman Love on the call?
Yes.
Committeewoman Love, you're recognized. Do you accept the nomination?
I do. First, I'd like to congratulate you, Hendrel, on being our new chair, and I look forward to working with you in the coming years. Thank you, Barbara, for the nomination to be the next East Tennessee Regional Vice Chair. I've served on this committee for 6 years, and I feel I've gained the knowledge to serve in this capacity for the TNDP. As Barbara said, I've worked extensively with her during her tenure as the Vice Chair for the East Region, and I feel that I can continue that hard work that she's put in across the state, and I welcome the opportunity to be able to serve the TNDP in a greater capacity. So I do accept this nomination, and thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations for East Regional Vice Chair female? Are there any further nominations for East Regional Vice Chair female?
Chris Anderson's hand is raised.
Committeeman Anderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Remus. I'd like to nominate Sylvia Woods.
Is Committeewoman Woods on the call?
Yes, she is.
Committeewoman Woods, you are recognized. Do you accept the nomination?
I appreciate the honor, but no, I have plenty to do, and I know Lori will do an excellent job, and thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations for East Regional Vice Chair female?
Mark Harmon's hand is raised.
Committeeman Harmon, you're recognized.
I move nomination cease and Lori Love be accepted by acclamation.
Is there a second on the motion? Is there a second on the motion?
Yes, Rachel Fuentes.
I second. Oh, am I in? I second the motion.
You are recognized.
I second the motion that we cease nominations and elect Lori Love by acclamation.
We're clear all hands from the board.
All hands are clear.
All in favor of Lori Love for East Regional Vice Chair female, press 1. All not in favor, press 2.
Chair Remus, I see 38 yes votes and 6 no votes.
Congratulations, Vice Chair Love. Moving on to the next election, East Regional Vice Chair male. Are there any nominations for this position?
I see Greg Hanner's hand raised.
Committeeman Hanner, you're recognized.
I have a point of order. What did we just vote on? Because if we voted to proclaim her unanimously, it has to be unanimous. So if the election was just a normal vote, and she got the majority, it's fine. Okay, well then it's not. Then we got to go back and vote.
We're clear all hands from the board.
All hands are clear.
There has been a motion to elect Lori Love by acclamation. Are there any further nominations or objections to Lori Love serving as East Regional Vice Chair female, or any further motions?
Jeff Clark's hand is raised.
Committeeman Clark, you recognize.
Okay, thank you. I would like to nominate Debbie McCloskey.
Is Committeewoman McClatchy on the line?
Yes, she is.
Committeewoman McClatchy, you are recognized. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I'll accept the nomination.
Secretary Reed, can we have a roll call vote? Lori Love and Committeewoman Lori Love and Committeewoman Debbie McClatchy for East Regional Vice Chair female.
Okay, I'm about to run out of forms here. Ramesh Agberry.
Can you please go over the two candidates?
We're voting for either Debbie Harley McClatchy or Lori Love for East Regional Vice Chair female.
Okay, I'm going to abstain, just because I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
Maria, can we mute everyone, Maria?
Yes, we have Senator Asbury unmuted and Deborah Reed unmuted. I believe everyone else is muted. Let me double check the board and make sure. Yourself, Secretary Reed, and Ramesh are unmuted.
All right, Secretary Reed, continue with the roll call vote.
Okay, Senator Ramesh Agberry abstain. Gentry Allen.
Lori Love.
Chris Anderson.
Debbie Harley McCloskey.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Okay. Ann Backus.
Lori Love.
Kelly Baker Heffley.
Debbie Harley McClatchy.
Tuann Bone.
Debbie Harley McClatchy.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, you're back.
I just got another email. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, thank you. Jasmine Boyd.
Jasmine is no longer on the call.
Ernest Brooks. Daniel Brown.
Lori Love.
Eric Brown.
Debbie, Debbie.
Allison Brownlee.
Lori Love.
Bobby Bush.
Debbie Harley McClatchy.
Angela Calvin.
Nope.
I'm sorry. I got an old form. Dave Cameron.
I'm going to abstain.
Rachel Campbell.
Oh, I'm sorry. Debbie.
Tony Campbell.
Tony's off.
Tony Campbell. Okay. Ryan Carson.
Brian is off the call.
Will Cheek.
Lori Love.
Jeff Clark.
Debbie Hurley McClaskey.
Demetrius Coonrod, is she still on the line?
She is off the call.
Christy Cornett.
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain. Okay. Linda Crenshaw.
Lori Love.
I'm sorry. Okay, Lori. Okay, thank you. Vincent Dixie.
Abstain.
Courtney Durrett.
Lori Love.
Don Farmer.
Lori Love.
Mark Fair.
Debbie McClaskey.
Betty Fraley.
Debbie McClaskey.
Isaac Freeman.
Debbie.
Rachel Fuentes.
Lori Love.
Rodney Fugate.
Mr. Chairman, I contest what's going on. If I'm not mistaken, Rick Quintez called for a cease of nomination, and now we voted for somebody. How's this happening?
There was a motion made by Rachel to
cease nomination.
Nomination by acclamation.
Right.
Because there were four objections. I opened the floor back up for further nominations or for discussion on objections. In that process, a new nomination was made.
But we had no discussion.
Well, because a new nomination was made, there was no need for discussion at that point.
All right. Lori Love.
Maria, I disagree, but Lori Love. Okay. Secretary Reed, continue with the roll call, please.
Aubrey Gibbons.
Lori Love.
Jim Hackworth.
Lori Love.
Greg Hanners.
Debbie Harley McClaskey.
Debbie Harley McClaskey.
Debbie Harley McClaskey.
Mark Harmon.
Lori Love.
Derek Harris.
Mayor Love.
Say it again, please. Derek Harris.
Lori Love.
Thank you. Catherine Heritage.
Debbie McClaskey.
Patsy Johnson.
Lori Love.
Richard Langford.
Debbie.
Linda Lee. Debbie Harley McClaskey. Norma Lester.
Lori Love.
Lori Love.
Lori Love.
Okay, Tanea McClain.
Tanea is on the
Tanea.
call.
Tanea McClain.
She's no longer on the call.
Thank you. Sanjay Miller.
no longer on the call.
Stephen Miller.
Lori Love.
Pam Morrow.
Debbie McClaskey.
Adrian Pappas Gillen.
Lori Love.
Marjorie Pomeroy Wallace.
Debbie Harley McClaskey.
Amos Powers.
Debbie Harley McClaskey.
Marjorie Ramsey.
Lori Love.
Deborah Reed. I'm voting for Debbie Harley McClaskey. Merle Rice.
Lori Love.
Keely Sage.
Deborah Harley McClaskey.
Brendan Shignator.
Debbie Harley McClaskey.
Brian Schofield.
Lori Love.
Martha Shepard.
Lori Love.
Amber Sherman.
Debbie Harley McClaskey.
Brandon Thomas.
Debbie Harley McClaskey.
Sandy Thomason. Sandy Thomason.
Lori Love.
Thank you. Chaz Uffelman.
Yellow.
Chaz.
I'm here.
Yeah,
Hey, I'll go. Hey, let me go ahead and put me down for Debbie. Put me down for Debbie.
Okay. All right. Cheryl Vickers.
Debbie Harley McClaskey.
Barbara Wagner.
Lori Love.
Shirley Grace Warren.
Debbie Harley McClaskey.
Kathy Watts.
Harley McClaskey.
Tony Webb. Tony Webb.
Lori Love.
Thank you. Pam Weston.
Lori Love.
Thomas Wiseman.
Debbie McClaskey.
Jordan Wilkins.
Debbie Harley McClaskey.
Tracy Ball Williams.
Lori Love.
Sylvia Woods.
Lori Love.
Maria, please place the music on while the secretary tallies the vote.
Secretary Reed, are you there?
You ready for the total?
Secretary Reed, please give us the total.
Okay, Debbie Holly McClaskey, 30. Lori Love, 29. 5 abstentions.
Congratulations, Vice Chair McClaskey. Moving on to the next election. Regional Vice Chair East, Regional Vice Chair Male, are there any nominations?
I have Rachel Campbell with her hand raised.
Committeewoman Campbell, you're recognized.
Hi, I enthusiastically and wholeheartedly nominate my counterpart, Ryan Schofield, for Regional Vice Chair. There is not anyone in this county that I have worked closer with to bring us closer
to turning our county blue. He is always available and passionate about electing Dems up and down the ballot. I ask that you guys support him for this mission. Thank you. And I'm very tired, because you can't tell.
Is Committeeman Schofield on the line?
He is.
You can hear me? Committeeman Schofield, you are recognized. Do you accept the nomination?
I gladly accept, and I promise to my East Tennessee counterparts to be there for you whenever you need me. If your county needs anything, please don't hesitate to get in touch with me. Thank you.
Are there any further nominations for East Regional Vice Chair Male?
Yes, there are. Chris Anderson's hand is up.
Committeeman Anderson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Remus. I move nomination cease and we elect by acclamation.
Is there a second for that motion?
We do have 3 hands up for nominations that have not been called yet.
We still have 3 hands up.
Yes, Chair.
Let's entertain those hands for nomination before we take a vote on acclamation.
Okay.
Christy Cornett's hand is up.
Committeewoman Cornett, you're recognized.
Never mind.
All right.
Betty Fraley's hand is up.
Committeewoman Fraley.
Welcome to Maestro Conference. This call may be recorded. Thank you. You will now be connected.
Marcus Gillen.
Brian Schofield.
Marjorie Pomeroy Wallace.
Mark Harmon.
Amos Powers.
Ryan Schofield.
Marjorie Ramsey.
Mark Harmon.
Deborah Reed. I'm voting for Ryan Schofield. Merle Rice.
Mark Harmon.
Keely Sage.
I have to support my UT family, so Mark Harmon.
Brandon Schecknader.
Ryan Schofield.
Ryan Schofield.
Secretary Reed, are you ready?
Yes, Brian Schofield, 32, Mark Harmon, 24. And did I have one abstention?
That concludes the vice chair races. I know that there was a query to review the vote count for the East Regional Vice Chair female position. Myself, along with the secretary, will review the recording from this call, and we will communicate the results of that to the executive committee within the next 24 hours. We are going to swear in the new officers in a group swearing in. I've got some ground rules that for everybody who's still on the call. We're going to make sure that everyone's muted. Those officers who were elected, when we do the oath of office, there are two things that I'm asking of you. First, in the blank, in the very beginning, you'll say I, and then state your full name. When we get to the part that says fulfill the duties of, you will say the office that you were elected for. Two things, I, and then your full name. And then when we get to the part that says duties of, you will say the office that you were elected for. Maria, do we have all of the elected officers on the line?
They are on the line. One moment for us to get them all unmuted.
Right.
Okay, we have them unmuted.
All right, congratulations, everyone. You will repeat after me. Remember the two things that I stated earlier. I, and then your full name. Then the portion of duties of, you will state the office that you were elected for. Here we go. I,
Brandon Carol Benet Abney.
Ryan Schofield.
solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will faithfully fulfill the duties of
Secretary.
Vice Regional Chair.
Treasurer.
Regional Chair
Chair, Eastern Division.
for the state of Tennessee Democratic Party.
For the state of Tennessee
Democratic Party.
Democratic Party.
Democratic Party.
That I will obey the Constitution
That I will obey
the
Constitution
laws of the United States of America.
United States of America.
And the state of Tennessee.
in the state of Tennessee.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations to all of you. Maria, can you put everyone back on mute again? We are near the end here. Members of the executive committee, are there any other announcements that we have not brought to the forefront today that anyone would like to share with the committee? If so, press 1.
Tracy Vaught Williams has a hand up.
Committee woman,
Yes,
you are recognized.
sorry, go ahead. Yes, can you just repeat, I want you all to review, but can you just repeat the members that were said today for the East Regional Vice Chair female?
30. Let me get this right. Secretary Reed, are you there? Unmute Secretary Reed, please.
I'm muted.
Okay, I have. Yes, sir.
Can you confirm the vote total?
For Debbie Harden McClaskey, 30. Lori Love, 29. 5 abstentions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Committeewoman Williams, I will review the audio for that election as well to double confirm those numbers within the next 24 hours for you. Are there any other hands for announcements?
No, there are not, Chair Remus.
All right. I motion to.
I'm sorry, I spoke. I'm so sorry, Chair. I spoke too soon. There are 2 hands raised. Barbara Wagner's hand.
Okay. Let's unmute Committeewoman Wagner.
Kendall, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to serve alongside you and help us move our Democratic Party forward. I want to thank everyone on the call for your faith and confidence in electing me Vice Chair. I intend to be in touch with each and every one of you. If you need anything, I want you to reach out. We need to move forward together, lockstep, make it blue.
Thank you. Maria, who is next?
Amber Sherman's hand is up.
Committeewoman Sherman.
Are we doing closing remarks?
This is an announcement. Are there any pressing announcements that you need to share with the Executive Committee?
Yeah, I just want to say Black Lives Matter. That includes all Black lives, including poor Black lives, incarcerated Black lives, and disabled Black lives.
Thank you, Committeewoman Sherman. Are there any further hands for announcements?
Chair Remus, Dave Cameron's hand is up.
I move we adjourn. Is there a second?
Chair Remus, seeing multiple seconds.
All right. I will see you all at our next meeting, and I look forward to the new journey that we begin. Stay healthy and wear your mask. We are adjourned.